All right, y'all. Shalom. We back. We back. Yeah, yeah. Let's get this work, y'all. All right. I'd like to start this lesson off by saying, Call Halal Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. My name is Haya El. I'm back on the San Antonio River Walk with yet another lesson. All right. I assume brothers are coming, but we'll see, right? But I'm going to do a two-part lesson today. Two separate topics. But if I get to the end of both lessons and nobody has shown up, we'll go ahead and call it. But let's go ahead and get started, right? So the first lesson is short, and it basically says, or it's titled, Who is the Most High? And what does he require of us? What are his orders, right? You know, if you go to the Christian church, one of the things that you will never have any idea of who God is, right? Y'all got 5 minutes for the Bible today? 5 minutes? Y'all are native Hispanic, just know y'all are Israelites. Y'all God's chosen. See, the days we coming into, man, our people making any excuse not to keep the laws, and they gonna pay for it. Y'all got time for the Bible?
Thank you.
No? Now say it.
We make time for sure, yeah.
I expect to talk to you then. All praises. See, our people, man, they make the excuses, man. They say they make time for the Bible, that they care about God. But if I ask them, what day is the Sabbath on? If I ask them, hey, where in the Bible do you find the holidays that you need to keep? The holy feasts that you need to keep every year? Where do you find those? See, most people don't even understand what they're saying when they say they believe in God, that they care about the Most High, that they care about so-called Jesus Christ. Most of our people don't even understand what they're saying. See, that's why when Yahushua makes his return, there's going to be many people who are going to be thrust away, right? People who are going to be sent and cast out into darkness, right? When I say into darkness, I mean just basically being bereft of salvation, right? Because it's going to be lit up around here. It's going to be thermonuclear fire everywhere. See, our people, they're fooled by the docile nature of America right now, where everything isn't on fire. You don't hear bombs dropping. It's very peaceful, more or less. All the murdering is done in secret. Unless you're dealing with our people, then you get, shot in public. But, when it comes to mass death here in America, most of it happens in secret. And as a result, more times than not, our people are very reluctant to see the dire nature of the times that they live in. How you doing, Elvis?
All right.
You got time for the Bible today? 5 minutes?
I'm good, thank you, sir.
Right, that says. But let's go ahead and get started with this lesson. So we're going to go ahead and go to 1 John chapter 2. And I believe we're reading 2 through 3. Nope, 3 through 7. Yeah. So 1 John 2, 3 through 7. This is 1 John, chapter 2 and verse 3. And hereby we do know that we know him, if we keep his commandments. He that saith, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar, and the truth is not in him. So our people who walk by these spots, and they talk about how they love God, they talk about how they want to go into the kingdom of heaven, how they want, Jesus Christ to approve of them. But they're not keeping the commandments. What are they really talking about? It's madness. See, that's why that very same madness is universal. The white man can get on board with that. Because if you ain't got to keep the commandments and that's gone, then why is salvation only given unto one group or another? Because as far as they're concerned, they've never kept the commandments. So if you ain't got to keep them, well, shit, they're doing the same things you do. So why don't God love them? It is a slippery slope when you really start dealing in the realm of wickedness, right? But that's why we know who loves God, who loves Yahushua, by those who keep the commandments. Verse 4, he that saith, I know him, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar, and the truth is not in him. But whoso keepeth his word, in him verily is the love of God perfected. Hereby know we that we are in him. He that saith he abideth in him, ought himself also so to walk, even as he walked. See, a lot of folks don't understand when Yahushua was on the scene. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, y'all the Israelites, y'all God's chosen. Repent and keep God's commandments. But when Jesus Christ was walking the earth, he kept the commandments as well. When the woman took hold of the edge of his garment and was healed of her issue of blood, the word in Greek is fringe. Well, that's not literally the word in the Greek, but the word in the Greek means fringe. He was wearing fringes. I'm wearing my tzitzits today, but normally I wear a black polyester shirt that has a border of blue and gold fringes all around. Yahushua was wearing a long garment that went down to the feet. But even at the edge of that garment, he had fringes. And that woman understood, if I could just grab hold of the edge of his fringes, I'll be healed. That was her faith. But it is an example to let our people know that Yahushua kept the least of the commandments as well as the greatest, like keeping Passover from year to year, making the respective pilgrimages that you're supposed to make to show yourself before the Most High God at the temple from year to year, right? Yahushua and the apostles all kept the commandments, every last one that they were able to keep. And calling ourselves after Yahushua, saying that we are so-called Christians, right? The real Christians, as described in Acts 13:1. As the real Christians, we ought to walk as he walked, meaning we ought to keep the commandments as well. Verse 7, brethren, I write no new commandment unto you, but an old commandment, which ye had from the beginning. The old commandment is the word, which ye have heard from the beginning. And that word which we heard from the beginning were the same words that Moses gave unto us in the wilderness when we were brought into the old covenant. See, that's why when our people say they don't have to keep the law and they make excuses as to why they can't be taught or they don't have time, they got to understand something, man. Your God don't care about excuses. He wants results. And if the result is you're a derelict servant, you're an unprofitable servant, then guess what? You're going to be chastised as such. But see, a lot of our people don't quite understand that. But let's go ahead and continue. We're going to go ahead and bounce over to Deuteronomy 4 and 5 through, I believe, 9. Right? So, in order to know God, you have to keep his commandments. Who were given the commandments? Well, the Israelites. Right? And I want to read this, right? Because what am I actually? 5:3. Okay, actually, it's perfect, right? But I want to read this in Deuteronomy 4, and yeah, I'm going to go over a lot of milk scriptures from my first lesson, because I feel it's very important that if any of my people be listeners of this lesson, that they understand that the basics are very important. They're integral to your performance as an Israelite. This is Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 5. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes, and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. So, the wisdom that we were given by the Most High God is literally our understanding and wisdom in the sight of the nations. That's why one of the proverbs that's spoken about so-called black people especially, right, is that we're stupid and childlike. And the reason why all these other nations believe us to be stupid is primarily because we have departed from the laws of God. Our wisdom in the sight of the nations. See, when we keep the laws of God, the Most High God blesses the work of our hands. he blesses all of our enterprise. And when the nations see us living in our lavish conditions, keeping the laws of God, having his favor, they can't help but exclaim that we are a wise and understanding people, exceptional to the rest. Verse 7, for what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things, that we call upon him forward? And what nation is there so great, that has statutes and judgments, so righteous as all the law, which I set before thee this day? So in other words, what other nation has been given these laws, these statutes, this wisdom by which to live and prosper? And the answer to that is no other nation. That's why it's a repetitious message throughout the entire Bible, especially the Old Testament. But more so, dare I say, the New Testament. It's just the way it's phrased. Most people don't catch on to the fact that everything in the New Testament is directed at the Israelites, especially concerning the promises, the glory to come, eternal life, salvation. All of these things are directed at the Israelites. Grafting in, or the adoption, right? But most of the time it's misconstrued and people believe that's going to everybody. Hence why they think the Old Testament is incongruent with the New. But let's keep reading. We got a little bit more on this bone right here. Verse 9. Only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life, but teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons. So the Most High God told the Israelites, hey, look, I've given you this wisdom by which to live and prosper, and you are to teach this wisdom to your children and your children's children, and so on and so forth in perpetuity. But the reality is, more times than not, our people are not interested in keeping the laws of God. Got time for the Bible, Elder? 2 minutes?
Yeah, no, I don't believe it.
Okay, I have a question. What are you going to do when America switches over to the digital currency?
I have a question for you.
Sure, what's that?
If by some chance all of the books in the world were burned,
Yep.
all the science books, all the religious books, the Bible, 1,000 years from now, no one would ever know about the contents of what was in the Bible, but the science books would all still be the same.
That's not true. And that shows our elder has no knowledge. If you read the Bible, they burned this book before. And guess what? Our God put it in the spirit of a prophet to rewrite it.
Science.
What science are you talking about? You talking?
Still
Hold
repeats
on. Are you talking about M theory, string theory, Big Bang? What are you talking about? On that note, the elder has to go. You're not talking to a dummy. I used to be educated in that madness. You believe the white man, elder, and that's your problem. You're useless to your people. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians. You have to decouple from this white man. He's literally telling you that the earth is burning up. Meanwhile, we're seeing the lowest temperatures globally that the world has ever seen. He's telling you there's too many people on the earth. Meanwhile, abortion and birth rates have never been more alarming. But when you listen to your enemy, that's the madness that you spout. See, our people don't even understand that our enemies have been trying to destroy this Bible for millennia. That's why they said, fuck it, we'll just join you. See, and the Most High God has encrypted this book. That's why everybody thinks the New Testament is for everybody when it's not. But see, if you read Amos 3 and 11, the Most High God reveals his secrets unto his servants, the prophets. But see, if you are an active opposer to the Most High God, his children, and his will, then guess what? You're not going to see very much. You're not going to understand very much in this book. You got time for the Bible, brother? Thou sayest, man. Thou sayest. Again, everybody loves the Bible, but nobody has time for it. See, what's about to happen in America is going to get the attention of all of our people. It is going to get the undivided attention of every Black, Hispanic, and Native American person. And at that point, it is going to be too late. I speak as a man And I'm not saying that it is going to happen definitely. But the famine of the word is coming very soon. Very soon. Dare I say, in the next 6 months. They're making it nearly impossible to put content up online that cannot be flagged and censored. They are now passing more and more legislation where you can't even offend somebody. When people being offended is a matter of their opinion, their personal position. It's not definitive or of a sound standard to say what is offensive and what is not. But now the Bible is being branded offensive. Why? Because we, the Israelites, are waking up to our heritage. We are claiming our heritage back, and we are returning unto our God and keeping the commandments. And our enemies understand that that is their ruin. Therefore, they're attempting to squash, or what's the term? It's like squelch this movement, right? They just want to press it out. But the reality is, it's too late. See, that elder was talking about what if all the Bibles and books and stuff on the planet were burned and done away with? Well, we would still have the Bible. See, he doesn't even understand who wrote those science books, who came up with those foundational sciences, because he believes in the white man. That's his problem. See, and those very same people who are your scholars, your masons, your architects, your scientists, many of them at the top of their fields believe in God.
See, and then you go down.
Y'all got time for the Bible today? 5 minutes? Thou sayest.
No thanks.
See, but when our people have someone in the hospital, they call on God like a broken record, not understanding. God laugh at you. When you don't keep his commandments, he laugh at you. See, and it's our elders, man. It's always our elders. Always. And see, and that elder was walking with a sister who looked like a brother, dressed just like a damn man. If I didn't know any better and her hair wasn't done, I would assume it was a man. Just confusion, man. Confusion. But see, these will be the very same people, they laugh and they scoff. When you ask them if they have time for the Bible, he laughs. But the reality is, and it's unfortunate, that when hardship comes, they all call upon the very same God that they laugh at. Got time for the Bible today? You do? Do you keep the commandments?
Do I keep them?
Yeah.
All of them?
Yeah.
I know all of them.
How many are there? There's 613, sister. See, and the arrogance of our people, they assume they know this book. There's 613. Do you keep Passover? That's a commandment, sister. Do you wear what pertains unto a woman, or do you wear garments of a man?
God loves me as I am.
No, he doesn't. He hates the sinner and the sin.
The devil don't. God do.
Where's that in the Bible? Exactly. You can't tell me or show me. And the arrogancy of our people is why she's walking around dressed like a man, instead of dressing like a beautiful sister of Zion. See, our people don't realize, man, when this white devil finally takes the velvet glove off the iron fist, he makes it so you got to have a chip to buy anything. You got to have central, digital money, central bank digital notes to buy anything. When everywhere you go, you're under a damn state surveillance system, and you can't even enter a delicatessen without being authenticated first. People are going to realize just how damn bad it is and how they've been warned of these times. They're going to realize that, but it's going to be far too late. See, and the reality is most blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians have never understood the times that they've lived in. They're just here. They're just around. See, that's why when you ask them questions about slavery, everybody draws a blank, because most of them are not reading. They're not studying. Y'all got time for the Bible today? 2 minutes?
We're good, man. Thank you, though.
Thou sayest.
Have a good day.
Y'all have a better one. Keep the commandments if you're Native Hispanic. See, our people, again, they don't understand what's going on. But everybody does the same thing when they're in the lowest state. They call on God. They don't understand. If you don't keep God's commandments, he ain't listening. And if you think there's only 10, you're really in trouble, because there's 613. But let's get back to the lesson. Because see, now that the word is coming out, everybody has dispersed. See, and that is a very common thing when we start teaching, people get up out the areas very quick. You got time for the Bible, brother? Thou sayest. Thou sayest. See, our people don't realize, man, this is the most compelling book on the planet. It segues into every facet of our history because there is nothing new under the sun. There is nothing that we are going through today that we have not been through in the history of the Bible. The enemies that we deal with today are the same exact enemies that we dealt with in the Bible. Our God has not changed. We have not changed. Despite us forgetting the times of old, we've not changed either. And guess who else has not changed? Our enemies. They too have not changed. But let's keep going. So we're going to go ahead and move on to 2 John 1 and 6. And then we're going to move forward to 9 through 11. Whew, man. Got some weird saliva, man. Got time for the Bible today? 2 minutes?
Sorry.
I'll say it.
Have a good day.
Have a better one, sister. If you're a native Hispanic, you're an Israelite, all right? You're chosen. You're special, all right?
I'm not though.
What are you?
Indian.
East Indian?
Like India.
Yeah. Are you a SIDDIS city? Or Dalit? D-I-L-I-T? D-A-L-I-T? Yeah, Dalit people.
I couldn't tell you.
Because those people over in India, they go back to Negritos or black people. See, the scattered diaspora of Israelites, that's what I'm trying to reach. But if you're not those things, get ready for slavery. This is 2 John, chapter 1 and verse 6. And this is the love, that we walk after his commandments. This is the commandment, that as ye have heard from the beginning, ye should walk in it. And that commandment that we heard from the beginning were the same commandments that were spoken by Moses in the wilderness. The same commandments that you find in the Old Testament. Here we find 2 John, basically about 2 pages away from Revelation, according to the how they canonized the New Testament. And you mean to tell me that this is talking about us keeping the law from the beginning? See, this whole idea that the Most High God has given us different orders when his son arrived in the flesh, that was made up by the heathen. See, once upon a time, our people knew damn well they're supposed to be keeping the commandments. That's why you see after the death of Yahushua in the New Testament, you don't see anybody eating pork. You still see them keeping the law as they were told to. The laws of old. Keeping the commandments. You don't see the apostles going, hey, now it's a whole different story. We don't have to do that old shit no more. They stayed true to the commandments that they were given. And just as the apostles and the followers of Yahushua did so, just as our Messiah did so, we shall do the same. This is 2 John, chapter 1 and verse 9. Whosoever transgresseth and abideth not in the doctrine of Yahushua hath not God. He that abideth in the doctrine of Yahushua, he hath both the Father and the Son. If there come any unto you, and bring not this doctrine, receive him not into your house, neither bid him Godspeed. For he that biddeth him Godspeed is partaker of his evil deeds. See, right now, we're trying to wake our people up to come back to repentance. But in the times to come, we are really going to be separating ourselves from those who don't keep the commandments. We are not going to be speaking good words to our brethren, supporting words, or offering up supplication for those who willfully break God's laws. We're not going to be doing that. See, that's why you see a lot of our people right now, they'll walk by and say they don't believe in the Bible, but God bless you anyway. Well, what God are you talking about? Because the only God that has the ability to curse or to bless you is this very same God in this Bible. The very same God that has prophesied of things to come, and then they came to pass. Whether it be us going into slavery, whether it be us going to our enemies in one of all things, us departing from our heritage, all of that was prophesied of in the Bible. And it coming to pass further buttresses our faith. It makes it even more stabilized because we know the prophecies of this Bible have not erred, and they won't err. Right? But to those of our people who refuse to keep the commandments and insist on doing their own pleasure, we're not going to speak words of mercy unto them, words of blessings unto them to further their evil endeavors. We're not going to do that. See, and now we're already trying to decouple from some of our people in their wickedness. How much more when the evils have multiplied upon the earth and you're stepping over dead bodies because judgment is rife, whether it be by famine, by the sword, or teeth of wild beasts. How much more to be separate from those who might bring that calamity into your house through their iniquity and their sin. See, we're coming into those days and our people don't even understand what's happening around them. Y'all got time for the Bible today? 2 minutes? Thou says. And it's the broken record I say every week. But let somebody get sick. Let a bill not get paid. All of a sudden, God help us. God, get off your throne and help us. But when God asks you, can you keep my 613 commandments? Nope, sure can. So that's why when our people call themselves Christians, our people of God, they really need to cut that out. Because if I ask them, what's God's name? No clue. If I ask them, what's Jesus Christ's real name? No clue. Hell, when were we even let out of slavery? Because that's a prophecy of the Bible, that we were going to slavery on slave ships. When were we so-called let out of bondage here in America? No clue. But these will be the very same people who need to raise children, who need to be elders in the community, and they have no knowledge. See, that's why many of our people, they get offended, not understanding that this correction is long overdue. And I, speaking as a man, a lot of the correction that we're giving them is very soft in relation to the correction that's coming. You got time for the Bible, brother? 2 minutes? Thou sayest. See, I say it every week, man. Ezekiel 9, man. You're going to see Ezekiel 9 play out in America, and it's going to horrify blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. They're going to be saying shit like, haven't we suffered enough? No, apparently not. Because despite all your suffering, you will not turn back to your God. So your God has to keep chastising you. See, those days are coming, and they're coming very soon, man. January 1st is going to be a huge wake-up call for a lot of our people when they shift over to the digital currency. Even if they end up pushing it back a couple of months, it's still coming. China's already switched over to it. India's already switched over to it. You've got nations in Europe pushing to switch over to it. And America is basically about to switch over to it as soon as they do away with the dollar. And that's going to happen as soon as these other nations stop denominating their trade in dollars. Once that happens, the dollar will die overnight. That's why they have this whole system already up and ready to be implemented. They're just waiting on the other shoe to fall first. But let's keep going, guys. So we're going to go ahead and go to Deuteronomy 10 and 12 through 22. Because as those who truly wish to keep God's commandments, we are under commandments not only just to love the Most High God with all our mind, soul, and strength, our body, I should say. That's not the only commandment that we're under. We're also under a commandment to separate ourselves from these other nations, because they are one of the main and primary impedances to us being faithful to the Most High God, not worshiping idols, and keeping the Most High God as the apple of our eye. This is Deuteronomy chapter 10 and verse 12. And now Israel, what doeth the Lord thy God require of thee, but to fear the Lord thy God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes, which I command thee for this day for thy good. So we were commanded to keep the commandments of the Most High God for our benefit, for our well-being, and for our enlightenment. That's why you have our people walking by in abject darkness. See, they're not just ignorant of the Bible. See, that's why when that elder started trying to talk about science, I was like, well, what do you want to talk about? Quantum theory, string theory, M theory, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about nuclear forces? You want to talk about the continuity of time itself? Hey, I can get down with that, but I'm always bringing it back to the Bible. Because all of those things are simply observations of God's creation. So that's why you have to let our people know, man, if you're ignorant of the Bible, you're not going to just be ignorant of that, and that's it. So you're going to be ignorant of a great many things because you're not going to understand the continuity of it all, how it all comes together. You might have one or two pieces, but you won't have the whole puzzle. You won't be able to see what's really going down because that wisdom has not been opened unto you. Because the platform to start building that wisdom is right here in the Bible. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Thou says, verse 14, behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is the Lord thy God's, the earth also with all that therein is. Only the Lord had a delight in thy fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. See, that's why blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians don't quite understand why the world seems to be on their helmet more than anybody else. It's because out of all the nations on the planet, we were chosen as the family of Israel. The Israelites. The descendants and the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We are that chosen lineage that the Most High God set his love upon, that he gave respect unto. But because the Most High God did all those things, and we refuse to serve him and keep his commandments, he has set us in the hands of our enemies. He has given us over to a reprobate mind in many times, or in many cases, to do the worst of the worst among the heathen. Whether it be dressing as a damn man when you're a woman, participating in homosexuality, because I guarantee it don't just end with her being or looking like a stud. Chances are she practices studly behavior as well. See, it all fits together. But a lot of times they're lacking in that wisdom, again, because they don't read, man. Got time for the Bible today?
Sorry.
I'll say it. I tell you, man, you ask somebody if they got time for the Bible, they look at you like you're crazy. But if I had a pamphlet, a wad of money, and a ham sandwich, I'd have your undivided attention. There wouldn't be no questions. See, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, man, y'all gonna return unto your God one way or another, man. One way or another. See, our people don't realize, man, the Most High God, he has destroyed kingdoms for us. He has given people for our lives. So he'll turn this whole world upside down if he has to. He's done it before. He'll do it again. But this is Deuteronomy chapter 10 and verse 14. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is the Lord thy God's, the earth also, with all that therein is. Only the Lord had a delight in thy fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you, above all people, as it is this day. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For the Lord your God is a God of gods, and Lord of lords, a great God, a mighty and a terrible, which regardeth not persons, nor taketh reward. And that's something, again, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you're going to find out the hard way. Not keeping God's commandments. That the Most High God doesn't respect you simply because you pray to him when everything is falling apart. He isn't bribed by you paying an extra tithe for a week. He doesn't take reward. Our people are going to find that out the hard way. How y'all doing? Y'all got time to talk about the Bible or the Quran today? Kind of busy? All right. Thou says. I'm not sure. They probably ain't our people, so I ain't tripping. But either way, let's go ahead and move on with the lesson. Actually, you know what? We're going to go all the way to 22. Why not, right? This is Deuteronomy, chapter 10 and verse 18. He doth execute the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loveth the stranger, in giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. Now the word for stranger here is not the same term that's used to refer to the natural Gentile stranger, which is in Hebrew nekar, N-E-K-E-R, and it's pronounced nikar, or nikur, however you want to say it, right? But it is the Hebrew word gar, G-A-R, meaning a sojourner, a traveler. Right? How you doing? You got time for the Bible? 2 minutes? All right. It says. But we see here that we're ordered to love one another. See, again, most of our people don't understand the basics of the commandments. There are basic commandments like not hating your brother in your heart, not suffering sin upon your brethren, not just watching them break God's commandments and not doing nothing about it. See, those are commandments in the Bible. But more times than not, our people have no clue what the commandments are because they were told that there were 10. They never investigated for themselves to see if the Most High God ever said, thou shalt or thou shalt not. They never looked for themselves. And so they persist in breaking God's laws, mainly because they're ignorant of mostly all of them. Verse 20. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave, and swear by his name. He is thy praise, and he is thy God that hath done for thee these great and terrible things, which thine eyes have seen. Thy fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now the Lord thy God hath made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude. And that's how blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians are today. We are a great multitude of people. We are so many people that we are spread to every nation under heaven. As I was saying to that East Indian woman earlier, I had to ask her if she was a city or a Dalit person. Because if she comes from either one of those groups, she's our people. We are all over the earth. If y'all are Native Hispanics, just know y'all Israelites, y'all special. If not, I guess get ready for slavery. But see, the reality is, man, most of our people don't understand the times that they live in. And as a result, when they hear this word going out, they find it strange. They don't even want to hear it. But in the days to come, they'll come around. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
All right, we're trying to get to the whole thing.
Thou sayest. See, again, man, if you ask these same people, man, you hope Christ save you if he returns or when he returns? These people calling themselves Christians without a doubt will say, yeah, man, I hope I get to go with Jesus Christ in the summer camp into the kingdom of heaven and chill out in the clouds. Not understanding, man, there's requirements of you, man, to receive salvation. Our people just don't get it. But let's go ahead and go to 1 John 5 and 2 through 3. Because like I said, this lesson is going to be... Actually, I might have said this off camera, but I'll say it again. It don't matter. This lesson is going to be more revolving around the milk, right? What God expects of his children, the Israelites. What he expects of his people. See, a lot of times, man, our people, they make this far more complicated than it actually is. See, when we tell our people that there's 613 laws, it throws them for a loop because they think it's far greater and harder to keep the laws of God, when really it's not hard at all. Especially if you call yourself keeping Valentine's, Cinco de Mayo, you're keeping Juneteenth, you're keeping Christmas, Thanksgiving, Labor Day, President's Day. You're keeping all these pagan holidays, but you can't keep God's holy days. You can't feast 3 times a year. You can't keep the Sabbath. See, these are very simple commandments to, in fact, keep. But more times than not, our people, they look at the number of laws in this book and they find it daunting. You got time for the Bible, sister? I'll say it, man. But I guarantee if a white man came and hit her upside the head, all of a sudden, brother, why don't you help me? Black or brown person, why don't you help me? I'm like you. But the moment you ask them about their God, all of a sudden they pretend like you don't exist. See, we're coming into the days, again, where all this togetherness, the melting pot of America, it is going to be a cesspool of war and uprising and sedition. But let's keep going, right? This is 1 John, chapter 5 and verse 2. By this we know that we love the children of God, when we love God and keep his commandments. So to any so-called Christian who says that they follow Christ according to the Bible, if you're not familiar that there are 613 laws in the Bible, 613 commandments, then guess what? There's a good shot, a good chance that you don't love your brother and your sister according to the Bible. There's a good shot. Because you don't even know how. Now let's keep going on and see how you love God. This is 1 John, chapter 5 and verse 3. For this is the love of God, that we keep his commandments, and his commandments are not grievous. So the commandments of God are not hard. They're not difficult. But they were given to a very particular group of people, which are the Israelites. And the Israelites today predominantly are blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, although we are scattered to all nations. But to those claiming that they love God, to those who pray to God every night, asking God for whatever you ask him for, whether it be blessings, protection, well wishes for others, prosperity for someone else or your own household, you need to understand something. The Most High God ain't hearing that if you ain't keeping his commandments. The Most High God does not hear the prayers of sinners. And I know that is a very difficult topic for a lot of our people to cover. But that is the reality of your God and the rules that he set up for us. How you doing, man? Got time for the Bible? You read the Bible at all? Yeah. What tribe do you go back to in the Bible? Do you know? What tribe do you go back to in the Bible? Is your father Mexican? You're from the tribe of Issachar. Issachar in the Bible means he is hired. Who are the hardest working people on the planet? There you go. You know it's Mexicans. You special, brother, all right? You're an Israelite. It only takes a second. That young brother stopped for 30 seconds. Now he knows that he's an Israelite. Or at least he's been told. How much for our elders who can't even stop at all? And our elders got to add a little salt into the wound. They don't just say no. They might pretend like they didn't hear you. They'll pretend like they don't see you. But they'll get mad when you talk about them as they leave. See, that's just like Israel. They'll do wrong, but when they're reproved for it, all of a sudden, how dare you talk about me like that? How dare you make comments about me? How do you know my relationship between God and myself? How do you know? Well, I know according to the scripture. If you ain't even got time to talk to one of God's watchmen, then I know you ain't got time to keep God's commandments. I'm not saying that's every case, but I'm saying that's probably at least 95% of them. You can't say hello, shalom, shalom to your brother. Peace be with you. But, so we know how to love God according to his commandments. And that is by keeping his commandments. We also know how to love God and the children of God, our brethren, according to the laws of the Bible. And that is by loving them according to the commandments. Commandments like not stealing, not killing, not committing adultery, right? Not bearing false witness. Loving your neighbor as yourself. Or Leviticus 19:17, where really that comes from, right? But that's the reality of things, man. We got Brother Demo or Brother Darren coming up, all praises. Hopefully Brother Jalon will come up. But we're going to continue on with the lesson. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to slide over to Amos 3:1-2. I think that's Brother Demo. Yeah, that's him. Shalom, brother. How you doing, brother?
That stuff today, man. I love it.
Yeah, I finally wore 'em, man. I thought it was gonna be cold tonight, so I thought I'd just wear something different. I usually wear the shorts. Yeah. Oh, yeah, how much you know? Yeah, just bring it. We hug around here, brother. We don't do all that.
Man, I don't have my bro.
You good? I got an extra pump. Yeah, I'll give it. I got extra. Yeah. Oh, that's.
Bible bag.
Damn.
I left my cards and stuff.
Mm,
The flyers. I didn't have much stuff anyway, but
okay. I think I got a few in here, but I'm gonna have to find them.
yeah, I'll go back.
Yeah, it's brand new.
I got a good hour.
Yeah, I got a lesson going, and then I got another lesson. You got anything?
Yeah, I didn't finish my lesson. It's a lot of powerful points. I get a lot of sleep today. I get word. So I need some help.
I got you.
Situation. Whatever you want me to do.
Yeah, I got you. But let me go ahead and roll through this. I broke it into 2 parts, so after I get to the end of this, if you want to give your lesson, I'm basically Amos 3 right here. I'm gonna slide down here, go, and then right here is the end. This is the second lesson. Right. So we're gonna do Amos 3 and 1 through 2.
Get that for you.
Yes, sir. Do not mind. I just like turn into it so I can see.
Yeah, no, it's a good habit. I need to. I'm trying to work on that. I was trying to do that last camp too, because I was talking about Hot Wheels, but I need like some trainer wheels with the 1611.
I got you.
I got some tabs on this.
Got it.
Yeah, because I don't have my book.
Oh, look at that.
That might be the brother. Nah, that might be the brother that we tapped into. Yeah, that's the brother from Helping.
Okay. All
Shalom, brother.
Shalom.
Brother.
Hey.
All praises to the Most High.
All praises, all praises. I saw the brother making haste.
Healthy?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Nice to meet you, bro.
Hey,
Good to see you out here, man. Looking good, bro.
yeah.
Yeah. Let me see
praise.
that. Let me see that. Yeah, I love it, man.
I'm Haya L, brother.
You what?
Haya L, that's my name.
Yeah,
Haya
just
L.
call me Demo. I don't have my Hebrew name yet or nothing like that. Demo. Yeah.
Okay. So they call you healthy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't you find it in Hebrew? I'll show you after camp. We're gonna find the word healthy in the Bible. We're gonna look at it in the Yiddish, and I'll show you how to convert it over to the Hebrew. So you already got a name in Hebrew. You just need to know how to get it.
How long you staying today, bro? Okay.
I figured I'd come, stop by and see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm heading out to work, so this brother might be here by himself. You know what I'm saying? I'm staying later.
Actually, hey, what time you leaving? I'll let you give your stuff right now. You wanna give your stuff now? Just warm up a little bit with reading.
I can.
Yeah, go ahead and warm up reading, man.
But we can finish out, man.
Yeah. I just want to make sure you get yours in.
That's the crazy part.
Jeremiah. Got time for the Bible, sister?
Yeah, I'm a little off track.
Got time? No? Hey. She don't understand, man. If she a native Hispanic, she the people that we out here for. She an Israelite. And she,
Somos los enanitos de la Biblia.
nah, and people been hard-headed today.
I don't care, bro.
Yeah, she don't care. People hard-headed, man.
This is the book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 1. The necessity of God's judgment against Israel, the publication of it, with cause thereof. Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth, therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities.
That's straightforward, and that's all I need to know, right? So the lesson today is, who is God and what are his orders, right? I've been talking about how the Most High God gave us a law to keep. He gave us wisdom, but in doing so, the Most High God chose a group of people. Now, what you'll often hear is that God loves everybody. But when you ask people, what is that evidence that God loves you? Say a white man is standing here saying that God loves him too.
That's through the spirit, brother. I'm talking on some stuff I got in my lesson.
Okay. Well, we're going to get to it. But the reality is, they can't demonstrate any type of fruit that shows that God loves them. But we can point to many verses in the Bible where the Most High God is dealing with us on a far more intimate level. That's why here in Amos 3 and 1 through 2, it's stated plainly through the prophet Amos that the Most High God has only known us. And because he's only known the Israelites, whenever we mess up, we're going to be punished. We know God through his judgment. That's why the white man has been able to be on stolen land for over 400 years, raping, robbing, and murdering, and nothing has happened to him until now. We're seeing his nation fall apart at a rate that we never thought we would see. Because I know when I was out in the world in 2010, I ain't gonna lie to you, man, I would have thought this place would have lasted another 1,000 years. But in less than 20 years, the Most High God has brought this place to the point where the dollar has no worth, America has no allies, the damn white man is being exposed, so now they know he the Edomite, Amalek is being shown as the fake Jew. All of it's happening quickly. Go ahead and hit it, yeah.
All right. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4, verse 5.
Bring it out.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye shall do so in the land whither you go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear of all these statutes and say, surely this is a great nation. Surely this great nation is wise and understanding people.
That's right. Actually, read a little bit more. There's more on that part. Yeah.
For what nation is there so great, who have God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things, that we can't, Salakia, that we call upon him for?
Yeah, no, that's it. So, even the other nations acknowledge when we're keeping God's laws, that God's only dealing with us. That's why when you read Isaiah 60, it talks about the other nations are going to serve and build the kingdom of heaven. And it don't talk about them going, you know what, this is bullshit, I'm going to fight back. They're going to willingly come and build it. You know why? Because they're going to be getting what they need. And that's going to be that wisdom that they've never been able to understand. We're going to be giving it to them.
And quick point, brother, when you look at the Jewish man, a lot of people revere, a lot of people don't like them, but a lot of people revere them because of the customs that they keep that they stole from us.
That's right.
Whereas like, you talk about usury. Usury is a big thing. You look about how they, Rothschilds and, Jesuits and alumni, all that came into the ways of possessing Israel. It started with, I believe, the Rothschilds or another Jewish group. They started to say, instead of, doing usury on the people, they started doing it upon kings and nations. So this is how they decided to get their money. And what we see in the world today, especially with America, is this is like the model that they built. You see what I'm saying? Obtain economic wealth and power. So, a lot of people look at them and say, okay, these people are wise.
Yep.
We don't like that they're, charging us, double the tax rate, and they're not doing that with each other, and they look out for each other to keep it within the family. But those are our ways. Most I give us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's only wise to not defraud your brother. If I'm defrauding the people who live down the block, guess what? We're going to have problems. If I kill your brother, guess who I'm going to have to see tomorrow? I have to see you riding through the hood. Now I got to look over my shoulder for the rest of my life. See, the Bible talks about even if you inadvertently kill somebody on accident, you got to go to a sanctuary city. Where basically it's like being on house arrest for the rest of your life.
That's prison.
And if you leave that city and the person who might be kin to that person that you killed, even if it's in self-defense or on accident, and they kill you, hey man, they justify a life for a life. You should have kept your ass where you designated to stay.
It has to be close relative.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the cold part about it is, I've heard some of the things the Chief says, even the Bible attests to it. I can't remember the book, chapter, verse, but the understanding is that I believe the precept has something to do with like even the Gentiles keep the law without knowing it to that degree.
You have to find
I'll
that.
find that for you.
Yeah, find that for you.
So basically the understanding there is, even though brothers might not know that they Israelites, they still might not want to commit adultery.
Yeah.
Or covet, things like that. But
Well, you talking about us having a zeal for God, not according to knowledge. That's essentially what
no, not necessarily.
Okay.
Just even with brothers like following idolatry.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's just certain things that Chief explained once that we do that we don't even Deacon.
Hey.
We do that that are according to the law, even though we're not referencing the law. And just on the sanctuary city situation, that whole on-site type of deal, we kind of do that now, but in wickedness. You know what I'm saying? Something happened to me, I'm gonna slide on you. You kill my brother, and I gotta, like you said, I gotta see you down the block. Kill you. But there's no wisdom there, like you said, according to knowledge. We're not, we killing innocent people in cold blood.
But going back to the lesson, though, we're going to go to 1 Peter 2:9 in the ESV. But I want you to read it in the KJV real quick. Because the way it's written in the ESV, it tells you that the Most High God is dealing with races. Right? A lot of times people will say that race is a social construct. And although the races that the Most High are that the white man has designated in modern times is fabricated, the races that the Most High God created by tribe are not. If you got it, go ahead and hit it.
This is the book of 1 Peter, chapter 2, verse 9.
Bring it out.
But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, and a holy nation, a peculiar people. Salakia, let me start over. This is the book of 1 Peter, chapter 2, verse 9. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, and holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should have showed forth praise of him who calleth you out of darkness into his marvelous light.
No, that's it. So what we see here is that even in the New Testament, there is a chosen group of people. Now, if you read in the KJV as a heathen, you can intentionally impose yourself as a Christian into that by saying, hey, I was chosen to believe in Christ. I'm part of the priesthood. How come? I believe in Jesus. I keep the commandments. They say they keep the commandments, right? Even though they don't even know the commandments.
They say they keep the 10, but they sin every day and they break them. Yeah.
Or they don't even keep the Sabbath on the right day. But let's read this in the ESV and see what the historians have always known this meant, right? This is 1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 9 in the ESV. But you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for his own possession, that you may proclaim the excellencies of him who called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. See, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, you are those very same people. And you are that chosen race that is spoken about here by the prophet Peter. But the reality is, this is the order or the ordinance of the Most High God. We were chosen by his decree. Right? And that's something that we have to drill home to our people, because you'll have some of our folks, their hang up is that their white wife can't come into the truth with them. That's their hang up. That some of our sisters, hey, I got 5 heathen children. You mean to tell me I'm supposed to tell my kids they're gonna go into slavery? But
I heard a sister, affiliated with another camp. She was with an Elamite. She's out there in Trinidad. She had an Elamite son. Found a brother in the truth. She was in the truth. But just hearing her testimony, that was one thing she had to do.
yeah,
She said she brings her son up. She, teaches him the law. Has him partake in certain feasts and certain customs that are ours, that are permissible. But she told her son, I think she said he's about 11, 12 or something like that. For me to understand something. She told him, when you get old enough, you gotta go date your own people. Obviously, they believe, no intermarriages. I'm not saying that's okay. That's all. When she spoke on her testimony on that, that was a powerful thing. It's like you said, that's a hang up for a lot of us.
yes. No, I mean it's an impedance. You know what I'm saying? Some of our people, Yahushua or Jesus Christ, is the stumbling block. Some of our people are Old Testament only. And I'm gonna be real, when you talk to an Old Testament only Israelite, you know you're dealing with some heavy ass demons, man. Man, them niggas, you be like, damn, how the fuck you get into this position? But the Most High God chooses your delusions. That's why overcoming is the name of the game. That's why Yahushua said in Revelations 2, to he who overcometh, to him will I give power over the nations. You ain't gonna get that power for nothing, right? But let's move on with the lesson, right? So we're gonna go ahead and go to Exodus 34 and 5 through 16. Yeah, 34 and 5 through 16. You get it, we got it. Because one of the things that we need to understand is that there are many commandments, but some of the commandments are simply how we relate to other nations. One of the commandments that we broke is when we came into the promised land, we did not drive out the heathen as we were ordered. And as a result, we suffer for it to this day. But let's see the biblical precedent where we were told what to do. 34 and 5. Yeah, just pick it up. Yeah.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 34, verse 5.
Bring it out.
And the Lord descended in a cloud. And the Lord descended in the cloud and stood with him there and proclaimed the name of the Lord. And the Lord passed by before him and proclaimed the Lord merciful and gracious, long-suffering, and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and upon the children's children unto the third and fourth generation.
Stop right there. There's a micro point to make here, right? So when it says in verse 6, and the Lord passed by before him and proclaimed, the Lord God, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abundant in goodness and truth. Talking about keeping mercy unto thousands. This is talking about the Most High God. I want to point this out because when we read down, we're going to see Moses ask for something. He's going to ask the angel of the Lord to do something very particular. And then I'm going to ask both of you who has the permission to do what he's asking. Right? Keep going, brother.
Verse 8, and Moses made haste and bowed his head toward the earth and worshiped. And he said, if now I have found grace in thy sight, O Lord, let my Lord, I pray thee, go amongst us, for it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for thine inheritance.
Stop right there. What did he ask for? He asked for mercy. He asked for this angel to go amongst our people and take away their sin. This is the angel of the Lord. But who is the only person aside from the Most High God who has permission to take away sin? Yahushua. So who is the angel of the Lord then? It's Yahushua. There's so much happening in the Bible that when our people walk by and they say they've read it, you know they have no idea what this book says. Because most times when you read stuff like this, they just assume when you say Lord or God, whether it be all uppercase or all lowercase, it's talking about the Most High. And that is not the case. But keep going, brother. I just wanted to make that a point, right? Because to those who are ready for strong meat, you got a little nibble on something, right? Keep going.
Verse 10, and he said, behold, I make a covenant before all thy people. I will do marvels, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation, and all the people amongst which thou art shall seek the word of the Lord, for it is a terrible thing that I will do with thee. Observe thou which I command thee this day. Behold, I drive out before thee the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite.
Keep going.
Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither thou goest, lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee. But ye shall destroy their altars, and break their images, and cut down their groves.
Keep going.
For thou shalt worship no other God. For the Lord, whose name is
It's jealousy.
jealous, is a jealous God.
Stop right there. So, we see here that we've been given a commandment. The angel of the Lord let us know that when we come into the land, God has ordained that we don't make any idols, that we don't make covenants with the people who are there, and that we drive them out. What was Saul ordered to do? Kill all the Amalekites and not take any of their spoils. Burn it all. So when he transgressed there, that cost us literally the kingdom of heaven. Samuel told him, had you have done this, we would have got the kingdom. We would have been set. But what happened when Israel came into the land, period? We did the same thing. We spared who we shouldn't have spared. We kept them in our ranks, living amongst us. And what did we inevitably do? We started worshiping their gods, marrying their women, giving our daughters to their sons. Now there's confusion.
We still got groves and stripping bowls.
Yeah.
You know, to this day, that's a big thing amongst our people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is a spiritual sickness. One of the things that is going to happen to us when we are redeemed is that the Most High God is going to have to make us clean. And that filth has come from transgressing these very same laws, living amongst the heathen and taking on their ways. Keep going, brother.
Verse 15, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a-whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice, and thou take of their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters, unto thy sons, and their daughters go a-whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a-whoring after their gods.
Now, that's all I wanted from there. 16 is what we really need to look at, right? That confusion we were talking about with our women producing children with the heathen, and then our people producing children with their daughters, it breeds confusion. Because it even talks about when the women go and have a child by a man of another nation, if the husband is worshiping a pagan god, the children are worshiping a pagan god, she's living in a household under the authority of that very same husband, but yet she's somehow keeping the laws of the Bible. She might, but it's going to be hard.
Nah, it's a lot here. She can't be. One of the laws is we shouldn't take any idols into our house.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean,
So if
that's a
they're
transgression right there.
If they, you know, he's worshiping, you know, whoever, you know, and Salakia, I gotta speak to that because that's a literal situation I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get out of it. I talk to you about it, you know, and it's a hard thing. You know, every day I gotta wake up looking over my shoulder, wondering if the Most High is gonna kill me because I'm in a house with, you know, these things being brought in there. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta be wise and harmless, lest I be locked up or in prison, or you know, get a DV charge for raising my voice, or you know what I'm saying, anything like that. So I gotta, you know, move with some wisdom. You see what I'm saying? To get out of that situation. You know, it's a little different with our women because they're attaching themselves to a whole nother house.
That's right.
Whereas, you know, we have our own house. We not direct. The divine order is, you know, we answer to Yahweh Shai and eat to the Most High. So, you know, it's a little different with the sisters. You know, they join up to Elam, Moab, Edom. Hey, that's a death trap.
Well, I am going to say this, though. The Most High has certainly worked that curse that he talked about in the Bible. A woman has compassed a man. So now a woman has the liberty to choose. I ain't doing that. I don't want that. But when our women are given the ability to make executive decisions, we see why they're the weaker vessel, the lesser vessel. They have bad decision-making capabilities. But here's the thing, though. A woman is not even supposed to be selecting her own husband. Her father's supposed to be doing that.
Oh, yeah.
The first man that she belongs to is her father. But
Next man is her husband.
the next man is her husband.
She can't even make decisions until what? She's about 60. She's in her old age.
Oh yeah, when she's essentially an elder, an older woman.
God, I just got finished talking to a sister, and I told her literally, a woman isn't even supposed to be marrying a man. A man is supposed to marry a woman.
That's right.
When did they get the authority to pick a man and to go and who he is?
But look at the results.
You know,
Look at the
They
results.
find crappy husbands
Yeah.
that don't do nothing for
Look,
them.
you know what's crazy? I got that same situation, man. You know, I told you, like, I had family members straddle the fence. They went right back to the other side.
Yeah.
Talked to my family member, and I'm like, hey, you talk to a new dude. Let me vet him. And I say, ain't no bad boys 2 type of situation, but let me just, we can go on a double date. We can, you know what I'm saying? And my thing is, I acquired a lot of wisdom, and I started off watching a lot of Red Pill, stuff like that, just understanding what's going on out here to begin with. The Most High opened my eyes and gave me wisdom, especially through these scriptures, that, okay, this is how things work. Just like we spoke, man's supposed to be making those executive decisions. We know men better than women know men.
That's right.
And you get a man around a man, you don't have to punk him or nothing, but if you just go out to eat, you take him to a escape room,
Yep.
you take him to, I don't know, anything that involves, you can be having fun in the midst of it, but you take him to do anything that shows he has a level of commitment or discipline or discernment or,
Teamwork.
different things of those natures. Me as a man, I've told my family member, like, hey, if you talk to a guy, you ask him how long he's been in his job. This is only a piece of the major puzzle, but it tells you a lot, right? If that guy says he's only been there 6 months and the job before that, maybe 5 months, and the job before that, maybe a year, it's telling you he might have a problem with commitment and time.
Yep.
But if that brother's been on the job for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, that speaks to a level of discipline. It has to be a level of humility because we are under these curses, and we know Esau is not playing with it. All the nations got their foot on our neck. You got to humble it down some kind of way to make it that long.
Yep.
So it shows a level of strength, discipline, and a lot of different things. You know what I'm saying?
Stoicism is what you're looking for.
It's a lot of different
Stoicism.
things, because
Yeah.
there's so many things you can go into, like, or even in a certain career fields. It might just be a high turnover situation, but if you stuck with it, even that can speak volumes about your character as a man.
Yep.
A lot of women don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? They used to being taken care of. It's different when you're a man and you're putting yourself in these positions. If you want to work in Mickey D's since you was 19 all the way till you 40, well, damn it, you kind of got to be up that ladder some kind of way. You got to have some moves on the side or a game plan.
Y'all got time for the Bible today? 2 minutes? I'll say
y'all
it, bro.
Black, Hispanic, Native American, we the true Israelites that the Bible speaks of. The Most High and Jesus Christ only loves us and no one else.
That's right.
It's high time to wake up. Russia's gonna send them nukes and destroy America.
Very
But
soon.
Slaki, I don't want to be long-winded. But the
Hey.
point is, I propose that situation, try to make a fun thing, all-day event maybe, and I can, check out the character of that brother to see, okay, because what was purported to me was he's a godly man.
Right.
He's a God-fearing man. And I said, what does that mean?
Yeah.
He's a Christian, or what is he? You see what I'm saying? Because you know what I believe, but what does he mean? And is he really standing on it? And like we're talking about him being a Christian, that's the first testament to what kind of man he is. He's more than likely a huge devil, or a liar, or both.
Look, I got to tell you like this. So, and I tell my wife this, and I mean her no ill will by it. I love my wife more than I love myself. I love her as I'm ordered to love the children. But the reason why I stay with my wife is because her uncle took me aside and he made me vow. And my word is my bond as a man. So it don't matter how mad I get, I'm gonna take care of that woman because I promise. How much more that I promise the Most High God that I ain't gonna divorce my wife for no bullshit.
Yeah.
Anything short of adultery or fornication, I'm just complaining. Suck it up.
Pretty much.
But hey, the wisdom in listening to you say that, and like I said, I've learned some things. That's the most important decision you've made in your life. We know plenty of scriptures. Where women were able to overthrow kings, things of that nature. Brothers ain't taking it that serious, so they're not choosing properly.
Calm. But I gotta speak to what you just said. This brother said that women have overthrown kings. We gotta understand, man, this whole promiscuity shit, man, kingdoms have been brought to ruin because people can't control their urges, man. Can you imagine if the Most High God killed King David for what he did with Bathsheba and Uzziah the Hittite? the amount of chaos that Israel would have been thrown into, you'd have had no Solomon at that point.
Yeah.
So, but the Most High God showed mercy because there was a greater plan. But death was still required. That's why that baby was born stillborn.
You know what? A great real world example of that. I mean, a lot of people bring it up, but it rings true. Will and Jada, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Will, I don't know the man personally, and he is an actor. He is in Hollywood, so, there's a lot that can be said about that. But from what we've understood throughout his career, he's tried to hold and uphold a level of integrity and character. Him dealing with Jada has tarnished his legacy and ran him through the mud, and possibly the sole reason of the disruption of his children and his household altogether. His children are confused.
But I'm gonna tell you, you can't blame her for that. Because a wicked woman is a portion for who?
Oh, wicked,
wicked
man.
man.
A wicked nigga.
God.
That's exactly right. When you see them damn videos of him trying to kiss his son in the mouth,
Yeah.
you saw that
Yeah,
video of him
God,
trying
yeah,
to rub
God,
on
God.
Alfonso Ribero's crotch.
I didn't see that.
Yeah. Will Smith has some fruit devils on him. He ain't who you think he is.
I have been hearing stuff like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
lately.
All these people, they're not who you think they are. That's why, like Cardi B talking about, I don't cook, I don't clean. They got videos of that bitch cooking and cleaning.
I'm saying.
So this whole idea of, this social persona that we put on, but when you see them judgments befall people, that's exactly what they deserve. Myself included, man. I've been here at camp, I've been punched in the mouth by people for speaking too boldly. And guess what? I deserved it. That's why I'm a better teacher now. I mean, for real, like...
Man, there's so many scripts.
Did you watch some of my videos when I first started putting videos up?
Nah, I didn't go all through the catalog, and I need to.
Bruh.
I need to, but I started watching some more.
I watch them now.
But your stuff is, I don't know how it works. but
Some of it's private.
Nah, but it's not like, it's not letting me know you upload. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm shadow banned. Yeah. Well, the video's getting more traction, man.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I was like, we getting 30 views, in 2 days? But that means you're right. I have been shadow banned. But, the Most High God, he send people, man. He'll send a goon your way to shut your mouth. A fool's lips enter into contention, and his mouth calleth for strokes.
Sword strokes.
Yeah, sword strokes. So when you see people getting jumped and beat up and shit, like, man, don't be like, I'm gonna go save him. He might be getting exactly what he deserved, man. That might be the correction that he needs to get right.
God, well, I would say at least don't jump in and fight with him. At least try to break the
Yeah,
brothers
well,
up.
don't let him die. You know what I'm saying? Don't let him die. But like, don't.
Pull a guy off of what's
Yeah.
up, maybe.
But don't show up like you fucking Mike
let him-
Tyson go just let
Let him get a
everybody out.
liquor. Let him get a liquor to it,
But hey, man, can you get a Deuteronomy 4 and 13? Actually, 4 and 14, and we're gonna read all the way to 23. Y'all have a blessed night. Be safe. All right.
Deuteronomy 14.
4 and verse 14 all the way to 23. We gonna break it down. All right. See, I talked to them earlier. I can tell a brother got a chip on his shoulder, is what I said. But if you ain't keeping the laws of God, man, if I don't rebuke you, man, who gonna do it?
Is it 14 or what?
14 and 23.
23.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4, verse 14.
Bring it out.
And the Lord commanded me
Take your time, bro.
And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them in the land whither you go over to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on that day that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb, out of the midst of the fire, lest you corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image and the similitude of any figure and a likeness of male or female.
Stop right there. So the reason why we had to be told to not basically compare the acts of the Most High God to anything else is because we have a very bad habit. We don't know of any god or idol that killed the Egyptians and set us free. But who do we give credit to for our prosperity today? White Jesus, Allah, Krishna, no God at all, Buddha,
The universe.
the universe, whatever God,
Rocks, crystals,
Yeah.
cards.
but whatever God that we put as a placeholder for the Most High God. That's why we were specifically told to not use any similitude. We didn't see any similitude or anything similar to the Most High God and what He did for us. And therefore, when you go into your nation or your homeland, don't build an idol. Don't attribute what God has done to any other deity. That's why this had to be said, because any father knows his children. Any father that's present in their life, they know their children. And I'm gonna be real. Sometimes your parents know there's some shit you just can't handle, man. There are temptations you cannot handle. Man, I wish my parents had taught me, when you finally figure out how to get with women, chill out, man. Control that. Don't just go out there slinging pipe and doing all types of shit, man. But I was out in the world and I had to learn the hard way. But that's one of the things that I know I don't do well with. So guess what I separate myself from now? All whoredom. I don't go to the strip club. I don't go to areas where I know I'll be able to be, to chop it up with a woman. Because if you well spoken, you smell good, and you in good shape, it don't matter if you 4'1" or 7'5". Some woman gonna be like, yo, I'm getting with that.
If you got a little sauce about you,
Yeah, if you got sauce and you got a job with some ends. Out here, man, these women, they got a body count, like average woman got a body count of over 20, 30 coming out of high school. It ain't nothing for her to drop it on you for a night, make a whore out of you, make an adulterer out of you.
You know what's crazy about that? Because some people will look and say, oh, well, she's 20, she's 30. That's less.
Shit.
They'll divide it and say, oh, that's less than, a body a year. That's maybe a half a body every 2 years. They'll make it make like that, right?
That's a husband every year, man.
But here's the cold part about it. You got to understand, being real, a lot of people have sex 15, 16. It's getting younger these days.
Yeah.
But if you just say 16, maybe even 18. I know a lot of women who wait until 18, 19, 20, some of them. If that woman is 23 and she has 20 bodies, you really got to do the proper math in that situation to say, okay, 18 to 23, 5 years, she's been racking up 4 to 5 bodies.
4.5 bodies a year.
4.5 bodies a year.
Goddamn, she got Call of Duty KDs and
Every
shit.
3 months, she's with a new dude. You see what I'm saying?
Crazy, man.
You really got to average it out like that and be like, okay, because a lot of women don't look at that and say it's horrible. Body positivity, let's be free. But it's really disgusting.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Hell, me being a man, don't get me wrong, I know a lot of women, they say they don't like it, but they do like it, to be honest. But if a woman saw me every 3 months with a new female, they would call me a hoe, a man hoe. You know what I'm saying?
Especially if you kicking them out the house every time you're done with it.
You know that's how it's going because, well, I'm about to say, most women, when you got it together, they coming to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's, you got those of us who, they do be bumming and using women, so can't act like that on themselves.
Now let's bring it full circle, right? We talking about our women, or I don't want to just relegate it to our sisters, but Israelites being whores, right? What about us as a nation? A day to the Most High God is 1,000 years to us. So it's been about 4 days. How many gods have we had in 4 days? Thousands of gods. That's why the Bible says we ain't even a good hoe. Hoes get paid. We pay people to fuck us. See, that's why the Most High God had to say stuff about us like that. Because we get down like that as a nation. That's why I thank the Most High God for His mercy and still choosing us. Because we have not been choose-worthy. I will say that. I speak as a man right now. The Most High God set His love on us and our forefathers simply because He chose to. But go ahead and keep going.
Verse 17. The likeness of any beast that is on earth, and the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air, the likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. And lest thou lift up thine eyes unto the heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all the nations under the whole heaven.
Stop right there. Something very important was just said. We were told not to worship all these types of idols, but it also punctuates in saying that these idols were given to the heathen. So if they've been given idols and
Wait. John 3:16.
no, hey man, the world that's being spoken of in that is the world of Israel. That's why these heathen, they have their gods.
God loves everybody, brother. You know, that shit they be kicking, man.
But see, now these heathen, they're desperate because they realize their idols don't work. You think these heathen aren't making blood sacrifices to Molech? All these people getting kidnapped and never seen again? All these people being found with blood drained out of them, organs missing? They're being found this way, not at a coroner's office. People are doing rituals all over the earth, appealing unto their idols. And guess what? It's not working.
Yeah, you can look this up, but it was a major cartel takedown in Mexico. I'm not aware, but they were working Santa Muerte. And part of how they found them was, I think they were looking for some missing people, Americans or something like that. They went on a long rabbit trail and ended up finding, people and finding more people and finding more people. What they come to find out is, these people were worshiping Santa Muerte, the saint of death. And they were boiling people in a huge cauldron,
Damn.
sacrificing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They found the bones. They found a lot of stuff around that, and it's a big thing. It's an interesting story, but it's our people, following idols and worshiping the saint of death. But they used to give, like you said, blood sacrifice. They boiling people, man.
Yeah.
So our own people mostly.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, Northern Kingdom especially. See, the Bible talks about the weaknesses of each, respective tribe, especially Southern and Northern Kingdom. Judah's problem has always been whoremonger, and we whoremonger by going after different gods. But Northern Kingdom has always had issues with serving idols. That is specifically their problem. You can have an Israelite who keeping all the laws, but the only thing he want to do is slut out his sisters. Long as he got a new big booty girl every week, he can keep these commandments. But that ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't be making whores of your sisters and aiming for the Most High God to be with you. Eventually, you're gonna get checked and you're gonna get cast out. But for Northern Kingdom, their issue has always been idols, and you see that, like you're saying, Santa Muerte, Santa Maria. What else? They got Buria.
Brujeria.
Buria. What else?
You got
Hell, Islam. A lot of them
a lot
are.
of them are in Islam right now. Yeah. But a lot of them getting into Egyptology and Islam right now. But yeah, you got what else? You got a lot of stuff, that they're getting into. A lot of it all
Shamanism.
It's a lot of it after Levi and some of Judah, Hebrew type stuff, spiritualism and all that. So,
Yeah, but you see that with our native brothers as well, right? So that's why we have to be out here to let our people know what's the expectation of the Most High God. What's the precedent that's been set? But let's keep going, brother. Verse 20.
Verse 20, but the Lord have taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and swear that I should not go over Jordan, and that I should not go unto the good land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. I was just reading this.
Yeah. So, and actually, I want to speak on this for just a moment. This is Moses telling the Israelites, hey, look, the Most High God gave you all these ordinances and laws, but just know, the Most High God told me I can't go into the promised land with y'all. The Most High God is angry with me because of the things that I did for y'all's sake.
Man, that goes to another scripture I was going to bring out. But you know what's cool on that point, bro? Like, brothers really got to, conceptualize it. Because a lot of brothers who's really getting into this thing and really serving, you got to think about it. You broke up your household. Father and mother hate you. No more friends.
No more friends.
Women, a lot of women are looking at you sideways and they not respecting you and they, whatever. It's a hard, lonely life. We got to prepare our soul for temptation. That's right. To serve the Lord. But a lot of these different things, you did all of that just to eat a piece of bacon you know, Yahweh Shah say, hey man, never knew you.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
depart
saying?
from me, you workers
Depart
of
from-
iniquity.
Yeah, depart from me. or hey, you can't hop on this ride because you didn't endure. You see what I'm saying? You didn't wait on me.
Or you took your hand away from the plow.
You took your hand away from the plow. You're not fit for the kingdom.
Yep.
That's a cold point. You did a lot of sacrificing. But even then that's for brothers that's been doing it or making those huge steps. But even before that, you got brothers just coming into this thing. The point there is you coming to the knowledge of the truth and you understanding what you gotta do and you playing on the fence, you know what I'm saying? Just to be told, you ain't making it. And you get to see everybody that you didn't help along the way, that you didn't congregated with, fellowship with, or whatever, just some of those things, I don't know. But the
I
point
know
is,
what you're
you get to, you get to see everybody else make it, and you get left out.
You're gonna be part of the haters in Wisdom of Solomon 5. You know what I'm saying? Where it talks about them being amazed at the strangeness of our salvation, saying in themselves and groaning, saying, "Man, I thought they was just some niggas."
Yeah, kind.
You're gonna have a lot of our own people going, "Man, I walked by them brothers, I thought they were crazy as hell, man."
Nah, but a lot of our people, they'll be like, if they had an ear to listen, they'll be like, "Man, I agree with everything y'all say, but
there's one
I'm
thing.
black.
Yeah. But here's the thing, though.
I hang out with y'all, listen to y'all, I'll learn y'all's lessons, I'll get the breakdowns, but I'm not gonna put fringes on. I'm not gonna call myself an Israelite. I'm just
Alright, so I'm not gonna let everything get water damaged again, y'all. Yeah, we gonna go ahead and take a picture of this bad boy.
Oh yeah, hold on, yeah. I got you. Hold on. Take a video of this. Hold on.
Man, I didn't know it was gonna rain like this, man.
God, I was like, fuck, it's great as fuck outside.
Yeah, but you did call it though.
I did. Man, I was hoping it would drizzle and not do this.
Oh.
That's cool. How long have you been in the truth, brother?
Me?
Yeah. Oh, crazy.
Yeah.
Got brother Helpton here. IL. Say so long, man. IL.
Yeah, shalom, y'all. I'm sorry, I'm doing something.
I'm sending it to Yachty right now.
You said it last week too, right? Yeah. That's why he didn't ask me. I was like, why you ain't say nothing about the video?
I was just like, I might as well get everybody so you can see, what we got going on. Just in case anybody, whatever.
Well, it looks like it stopped spitting, so we're gonna get back to it. Well, go ahead and bring out whatever you got. You got anything you want to bring out? But bring out some 2 or 3 that you really want to hit.
And it's cold because it's an important point. The lesson I was going to do was, and it intersects with a lot of things that you were saying, right? But I was on Facebook at work. And a brother that, he posts stuff, and he was saying some powerful things sometimes. He still acknowledges he's an Israelite. He said a lot of things that, you be like, okay, this might be a strong brother in the truth, right? And when he did the live, a lot of other people I recognized was in there asking like, yo, is this nigga bugging out?
Wow, okay.
Because he was saying some things, but he still acknowledged from the Israelites. But I was gonna hit a bunch of points that he made, and I wanted to kind of just address it. And a lot of it still goes back to the lesson we had the week before, and a lot of some of the things that you said, about knowing who we are. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna run over the quick points. He said, one thing she said, it took a while for him to get into it, but he said, we're in a new covenant. I was gonna break that down. He said, but his major contention was, he said, no one ever woke up in the Bible. What do you mean? That's what I was thinking. He said, no one ever woke up. And we always knew we were Israelites.
That's not true.
Right. Well, hold on. And I know that's not true because there's a lot of different precepts you can go to.
Jeremiah 17:4.
Well, they address that, right?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other situations where you understand that the Israelite men were casting off their kids, or when people were breaking certain commandments and they get kicked out the camp, they weren't reconciled. They didn't get to come back, so they had to go somewhere and be somewhere, right? Their kids and their kids' kids doesn't necessarily mean that they were, following the commandments. They might have fallen off into whatever they're into, right? You know, a lot of our people had to get cut off so wickedness didn't spread amongst our people. But he spoke on Jeremiah 17:4. He said that our heritage is the law, statutes, commandments, and he's not wrong.
That's right.
He's not wrong, but he said it never said that we would lose our identity. His contention
That's not
was,
true at all.
he said his contention was, we just didn't want to listen to the law. We forgot how to properly keep them the right ways. That was the heritage that we lost, that was taken from us because we didn't want to hearken and do it. We were steadily falling into idolatry and doing other things that, you know, the Most High didn't tell us to do, and we were doing things he said not to do. That we forgot the ways to do it, but we always knew we were Israelite. That's what he said, right? Which I wanted to go through that.
Yeah.
I want to take a deep dive in that, but you know, right there.
What you need to grab?
He said the law's heritage has nothing to do with our identity. But real quick, let me go to.
One of the 4 and 5 cuts that. Yeah. Because the
But
law and
then,
wisdom is our heritage. We read that earlier, but we'll read it again. You know, because if a brother is saying that these laws and this wisdom ain't our heritage, man, you got to read this book. This is Deuteronomy, chapter 4 and verse 5. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
Now, I will say, because I understand what he was trying to do. He did say he was making like thought-provoking things, and he was saying, you know, a lot of Israelites are just parroting things that they learned, right? He was saying, you know, he was getting into semantics. Slowly reading the words, and he was getting into the details. So if you read that, he would say, oh, this is saying we lost our identity. Now I would understand. Let's be honest, okay, cool. We understand that there is an underlying thing, but he said his point was he wanted to make the point that traditions of men has crept into our teachings. That we shouldn't be teaching who we are. Us waking up and calling ourselves Israelites is not part of the truth. Yahweh Shai is the truth. He was like, no one in the Bible was going around saying that you have to be an Israelite, or excuse me, you have to know that you're an Israelite. You have to wake up to being an Israelite, to be, you know, receive salvation in the truth of Yahweh Shai and all that other stuff. Which, you know, again, there's a lot of examples you can really deep dive into. You know, because I think what he was saying was semi-high level, because you have to really go through a deep, slow, you gotta like rotisserie style cook that bad boy. You know what I'm saying? There's certain scriptures like Jeremiah 17, just follow the text.
Hosea 4 and 6.
You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of different things. I think he addressed that too, and he said that we still knew we was Israelites. He kept making points throughout the line saying that we knew we were Israelites. Paul, he kept saying Paul knew he was an Israelite. Paul knew he was an Israelite. If you say we lost our identity around Babylon, Paul knew he was an Israelite.
Paul even said, though, he was bringing things to our remembrance. So that means we forgot, right?
People brought that out too. He gave him credit on that. He was like, yeah, he could do that. He battled with that scripture too. You see what I'm saying? But it's like I said, he was kind of a higher level
Demon.
We had a higher level demon on him at least.
Yeah.
I know he was doing some type of thought-provoking thing. He said he wanted to get people to go back and read the Bibles, and but it definitely seemed like he might have had some stuff on him. But he definitely came on there saying he wanted people to hate him for the truth. He was looking for smoke. He was looking for, you know what I'm saying? So maybe that was just, you know, them spirits on him for real. That's what it looked like to me.
He trying to be aggrandized among men.
Right. He wanted to be deep.
Nah, man.
He wanted to be deep.
Yeah, just do the work, man. What else you got?
But yeah, let me. I forgot why I pulled this precept, but you know, the Most High. Oh, the point is, the Most High is called Israel, right? Let me get that first. I'm gonna just start on that, and then I guess next week maybe we can get into it deeper. But this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 1. But now saith the Lord that created me, O Jacob, or thee, O Jacob, and he that formed thee, O Israel. Fear not, I have redeemed thee. I have called thee by name, thou art mine. And I didn't want to continue on that whole knowing our identity thing. Some of the things you touched on was, a good point as to knowing who we are and what we are, right? The quickest point I can make before I split is, like you said, the stars and the stones and the animals in the water and the beasts on the field, all these different things to worship were given to the other people. Right. That's their customs. So our heritage is these laws, statutes, and commandments, but these are our customs. Because when you get into dress codes, dietary situations, other people have different customs. They like to eat food raw. Some people like to eat the animals whole.
Yeah. Indians like to eat monkey brains with their hands. Shit, crazy.
And again, we talked about it last week, where some of these people, you can almost identify who they are ethnically by what they eat.
That's right. Yeah.
And so you got to understand. So when you talk about an Israelite diet, this is what we eat and this is what we don't eat. These are our customs. This is what we wear. This is what we don't wear. This is how we wear our hair to some degree. This is what we don't do our hair to a large degree. These are our customs. That is our wisdom inside of man. I mean, there is a spiritual thing behind it. There is a deeper level of understanding that we have behind it. Hey, don't mar the corner of your beard or your hair. Why? Because it's destroying you.
Wearing mixed fabrics.
Wearing mixed fabrics, destroying you. Fucking your brother's sister. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's destroying your community. Stealing, coveting. Like all these different things, you can really get deep into the law and get a better understanding and some wisdom out of it. These are our customs and our practices and how we serve our God. God is not the God of Israel if we don't have our own customs and rituals to serve him.
Right.
If anybody can just do anything, well then we're no better than Christians at that point. You see what I'm saying? And that's just a bit of logic, right? I don't have a lot of time, but let me go back to what I wrote down. Let's get Jeremiah 31:31 real quick. That way, I'll break up that first point about wearing the new covenant, right? Because he even went into some situations where it almost sounded like he was saying it don't matter what we wear. Now, some of the points he made on that was, he brought out certain scriptures, and he was saying, Yahweh Shai was talking about our inner garment where, the Pharisees, they brought in their phylacteries, and we see that in this truth, right? It's a thing that he told his disciples, don't worry about what you're gonna wear, don't worry about what you're gonna eat. You know what I'm saying? Just go. And he brought out a couple precepts. It's a powerful point. He's right. If you didn't have fringes on, you're keeping the law and your inner man, your spirit. And I'm saying, maybe something happened. You had to run out the house, didn't have no fringes on. I'm not saying that you actively not keeping the law, but let's say something happened. You had to get up out of that thing. You couldn't grab the fringes, didn't have you know what I'm saying? Maybe you got jumped, robbed. You had to find a neighbor house to put some clothes on so you're not out here, shamefaced, showing your nakedness. Maybe it was not 100% fabric. I don't know. But regardless, he's saying that, when Yahweh Shai looks down and he comes back, he knows the hearts of men. He knows who we are truthfully in that day. He said he's not going to be worried about necessarily the garments that you have on, which I don't agree with.
Zechariah 1 says different.
Yeah, the strange garment, right?
Oh, yeah.
But I understand that has a spiritual thing to it with, different doctrines and whatnot.
Yeah.
But like it's twofold, right? You having on them strange garments that could cost you, like we just talked about. Moses couldn't enter the promised land. He had to go and tell him. He couldn't just die. He had to go and tell him and explain, hey, this is why I'm not coming with y'all. This is why I'm not finishing getting past the finish line with y'all, because I trim my ways to seek love with you. You know what I'm saying? But it was certain points. He's right. We got to worry more about the inner person versus the outer person. But the part I disagree is, first of all, and I didn't write it down, but it was going to go in my notes. The law circumcises your heart. So you can't get away by saying, hey, if this brother don't wear fringes, or he don't have this or that on, because that's what he went into. That's what he went into. He was saying, brothers are, and some of the things he was saying was right. He was talking about the Israelite community is toxic. He was talking about togetherness, which that's not true. We know that we're going to be divided until Yahushua comes. That's his job. That's not our job to come together. He's supposed to straighten out all things. You know what I'm saying? But just giving a quick rundown before I get out of here. The point is the law circumcises our heart, so you can't get away with saying if this brother doesn't do one of the least of commandments, Yahushua is gonna
Just let it go.
just let it go and excuse him over somebody who's actually trying to keep everything that they can without their heart, soul, and mind. Even if they do have a bad spirit within them, that could be corrected. Hey, some of us got to get saved so they can get put to death in the wilderness as an example. You know what I'm saying? So,
Actually, I got that scripture if you want to bring it real quick. It's Zephaniah 1 and 8. Yeah. This is Zephaniah, chapter 1 and verse 8. And it shall come to pass in that day, the day of the Lord, or the day of the Lord's sacrifice, that I will punish the princes and the king's children and all such as are clothed with strange apparel. So much for saying that it don't matter what you wear. So much for saying that it don't matter if you wear your fringes or not. I'm going to tell you, man, these people are trying to marry Christianity with Israelism, and it's not working. That's why you have, like this brother you're talking about, you have people who are trying to build their platform on Israelism while teaching the tenets of Christianity.
put a new cloth on old garments,
Yeah.
new wine in old bottles. You know what I'm saying?
But you see them burst and you see them rip asunder. You see it don't work. They whole chat be trolling. Whole chat be like, nigga, what's wrong with you? Like, why you saying it?
What's crazy is, I'm going to touch on this point too before I get out of here. He was saying Revelation 2 and 9, 3 and 9 was not about the Yahudis, the Jewish man. He said there was no such thing as a Jewish man then. They were created in 1948, and that,
Who's Drusilla in the book of Acts?
exactly, I had that in my notes.
Yeah, who's Drusilla?
But he said that, right. But he said he'd been doing this thing for years, and I'm like, there's certain points in this where I'm like, you're not reading the Bible or something. But he admitted a lot of us are following the teachers. He spoke against some teachers that he had that he's not going with it. Some of it, I can agree.
Was he part
It's
of a
not-
camp?
I guess something like that.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought he was one of Sakari, but I don't think so.
Damn, yeah. Because, brother, I notice what happens a lot of times. Folks will come into a camp, they'll abide like they're learning, and then they'll break off and be like, yeah, I was part of Israelites. I don't agree with them niggas, man. And granted, yeah, I don't know the Bible like I should, but I don't agree. It's like, bro, if you don't know the Bible, how do you disagree?
Yeah, but you could tell he said he'd been doing it for a year, a long time. He brought up some names, dropped some names. He never gave a count.
I mean, just because you
But,
show up for a long time don't mean you learn it.
But he has some knowledge, like he was really doing this thing, right? I'll say that. Do we know the Bible like that? I think it might have been one of them situations where the Most High might have put scales on his eyes to where his level of understanding might have just plateaued, and then maybe, you know what I'm saying?
It happens,
Because
man.
you don't know what's happening to people behind closed doors. And the way he was talking, he said who he used to be. He can admit it and put it out. All right, cool, whatever. But we don't know. But that brother, like I said, it seemed like kind of like he getting put out, specific. You know what I'm saying?
Got spewed out.
Right. But he said Revelation 2 and 9 is not about fake Jews. It was all about actual Israelites. Which that point I want to go in and debunk as well, because there's so many points about that. You just, your house is going to make our own people bow before us. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
He's saving us, but then he's going to make some of us bow. And if he's saving us, 2/3 of us got to, it's just so many.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
Chronological
Yeah.
error. It's just so much wrong with those statements.
I'm still holding your
And people were asking, like, you don't think it's prophecy? He was like, it's prophecy, but it's not about me. But go ahead, brother. Get there.
Yeah. So this is going to be in relation to the new covenant, right? This is Jeremiah 31 and 31. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day.
No. The same way.
Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them, saith the Lord. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith Yahweh. I will put my law in their inward parts, and write it in their hearts, and will be their God. And they shall be my people.
Right.
And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord. For they shall all know me, from the least of them unto the greatest of them, saith the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more.
Now, the point I wanted to make, and you can stop there. I got more. I gotta go. But just by that, God is not our God right now. Not really. Like, he's turned his face from us.
We don't have his favor.
We don't have his favor at all. You know, his precious gold has become very dull. At least to the greatest of us does not know him. And was it Jeremiah, excuse me, so 1 John 2 and 3?
Yeah, talking about
How we know God, by keeping his commandments.
well, that's 1 John 5 and 2.
5 and 2
through 3. Yeah.
But
And then 2 John as well.
It's,
Second John.
First John 2 and 5. If you don't know, say I know him, he's a liar.
Yeah, that's 2. It's the same lesson though. It's the same
Yeah,
thing.
same thing.
Yeah, same
pretty
thing.
much. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? You're a liar. If you're not keeping these law, statutes, commandments, you don't know God and you're a liar. He told you flat out, straight like that, right? And the least to the greatest of us do not know him. We're still out here eating pork, crab, shrimp, lobster, seaweed, sea moss, goddamn shrimp broth, catfish, oysters, clams,
Roadkill.
all types of shit.
I saw a brother cooking a raccoon the other day.
Alligator, raccoon, squirrel, rabbits. Like, we out here, like, doing it up. Squid, octopus. We out here doing it up, you know, with the wickedness. Definitely not keeping 100% fabrics on us. Definitely not staying away from that pork, touching it or eating it. And how could we? We're not in our own land.
Your enemy puts pork in everything.
You got, it's not just one, you got all of them. They're all coming against us. So the Most High, hey, he did not forgive our sins yet. First of all, it doesn't even work out chronologically speaking, but even then, if he had forgave our sins, we wouldn't be dying the same way that we're still dying. People are getting shot the hell. I just seen a video, brother posted up where, and I gotta watch it again, but a brother came out of his house, police start tripping with him, and they just start firing off on dude.
And then look,
You know what I'm saying? If the Most High forgave our sins, stuff like that wouldn't be happening. Just looking on Facebook, some girl, I don't know her, but you know, friends of mine know her. She got executed. She got killed execution style by where I used to live and grow up at, where I used to be at. You know what I'm saying? Very frequent that area a lot. It's all in my section, but you know what I'm saying? Execution style. 3 niggas were charged with it. Not 1, but 3.
oh,
Execution style, bro. And the girl don't look that big. She don't look like no tough bull dagger or nothing like that. Cute little girl. I mean, whatever wickedness she had, whatever, you know. But killed her execution style, left her in a field by where she lived. You know what I'm saying? The Most High didn't forgive our sins. We don't know him. We wouldn't be doing shit like that. And I think one of them was dating a girl, so.
oh yeah, you know
You
it
know what I'm
come down to
saying?
that.
It's a lot to be said on those things. We're not the new covenant. You know what I'm saying? And most I will, because next week I will have a lot more time. We can
Okay.
definitely get it active out here. You know what I'm saying? We can stir up the nations, call the mighty men out to war. You know what I'm saying? Do whatever. I'm here. We'll be here for that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, next week, what I want to do is probably I want to see who all is coming, who's capable of giving a lesson,
Yeah, con.
and then we're gonna split the time up.
Yeah, con.
So whether you want to do a 2-hour block solid, or if you want to do an hour, then I do an hour, you do an hour.
Yeah, I
we'll
will.
we'll chop it up.
Yeah, however, whoever. I mean, if you come out here next week, Brother Dre, I didn't think
I
Jalal
thought
was.
Jalal was coming tonight.
I didn't think he was gonna make it. Was on the way. I seen him at work. Facebook.
Oh yeah, they told us that. Yeah.
But yeah, you know, I didn't think it was. You know, but if all the brothers show up, that'd be what 5 of us.
It won't make it work.
Yeah, if it's good
People
5
gonna read
of us,
at
that'd
least,
be
man.
great. Yeah, I mean, we need battle axes too. Just the whole, you know, somebody walk up, hey, bro, you know what I'm saying? Connect something to something. Like, hey, keep it a distance. That's okay. Yeah. If it was just me and you, I'm okay with that too. However we want to do it, but you know, we definitely want to build brothers up in the spirit. I'm gonna say, call halal Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Barakathon to you brothers. Get up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Shalom.
Brother
See you
Demo off the
again,
scene,
bro.
y'all.
Glad to see you, bro.
Hey, did you use that lotion yet?
Yeah, I have.
How do you like it?
It's minty. It didn't help with the pain.
It did? Did you put it on at night and bandage it? So it
No,
stayed on?
I didn't bandage it.
Okay, yeah.
I'm off the shower. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But I did that a few times. Though, you know what I'm
Okay.
saying? But
You walking all right?
I haven't
Shit.
doing too much. Yeah, I haven't been doing too much. I've been trying to stretch. You know, it's been hurting a lot lately. I've been getting work.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You wanna read? You wanna read, bro?
Or at least have a Bible to follow on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've been following on my phone.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll take
But
it.
yeah, man, this messed up for everybody.
Okay. Well, next week I'll bring some heavier stuff. Because you need not only the topical, but you need to be taking more calcium.
Yeah. Well, I think it's ligaments. Or something.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But they connect to the bone, man. Healing comes from the bone. Take that calcium.
Running and working. All put it in the ankle, come walk.
Yes.
Tapped it. I didn't even hit it. Tapped it. So I'm gonna get up out of here.
All right, bro.
All right.
Shalom, bro.
Shalom.
Be
Y'all
safe,
be safe.
man. So we gonna continue on in the spirit, right? But, you know, the brother brought out a good point as he was departing. You know, you got a lot of our people, you know, they fall out the truth because they might hear something, they might get rebuked. You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden they in their feelings, and they're like, man, fuck these niggas, man. I'm gonna go do my own thing. I'm gonna start my own camp. Then before they know it, man, they're singularly, you know, dedicated to bringing down camps. You know, that happens, man. You'll have Israelites get thrown out of a camp, and then they'll spend every waking moment making videos about people in the camp, talking about how the doctrine is off, how that's not what God's name is. The Most High God take that spirit from them. You know, that's why that actually goes back to the lesson I had earlier. You know what I'm saying? Understanding who the Most High God is and what His orders are. You know, and yeah, we do a lot of parroting of one another. But guess what? We all reading the same book. We should sound alike. If we both read Harry Potter, me and Brother Healthy here, if we both read Harry Potter and he says Dumbledore is evil and Snape is the good guy, well, obviously he ain't read the same book. Because Snape is an anti-hero. He ain't supposed to be a so-called good guy. Dumbledore is a good guy in Harry Potter. I don't even read the fucking books. I just know a little bit about it. But the reality is, us reading the same book, we should be talking about the same laws. We should be having the same name of the same God. And a lot of times we don't have that because somebody's lying, and we go into the scriptures to see who. Y'all got time for the Bible tonight?
I love the Bible.
What tribe y'all come from in the Bible? Do y'all know? If y'all are Native Hispanic, just know y'all are Israelites, the people of the Bible.
Israelite?
Israel, are you Mexican?
Yes.
From the tribe of Issachar. Issachar means he is higher.
Thank you.
Sure thing. See? All you gotta do is make conversation. At least tell them what tribe they come from. Now she knows she an Israelite. Hopefully she'll look up Hebrew Israelites. But you know what? We let the Most High God deal with that. If they ain't got time to stop, man, I'm telling you, them seeds might get thrown on stony ground. Right? Well, let's go ahead and get back to the lesson. Man, stop raining. Well, how much time you got, man?
I figured I'd come out and see what's stay for another like 6, 7.
I'm gonna be out here talking.
No, but I did want to bring something up.
Yeah, what you got?
I wasn't sure if I was like allowed to teach or anything, or just like
I'm gonna be real. Nah, man.
okay.
Not yet. But what do you got though? I might read it. What you got?
Jeremiah 10:2 from what he was saying, he was talking about earlier.
Okay.
He was talking about are we not supposed to be the other nations, they have their own gods that are
Yeah, yeah.
given to them. Right?
Yeah.
So,
Learn not the way to eat. Yeah, you're right.
So
you're
the
right.
way that they feast, the stuff that they, wear, certain things that they do, it all goes back to serving their idols. It literally says forbidden, especially in verse 8.
Yeah.
That's why they're doing that stuff.
Actually, I'm gonna bring out something else in connection with what you're saying. See, And we're doing a little audible because, like I said, you know, I'm bringing out a lot of milk right now, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But we have to understand, in that milk, that's where you'll find your salvation. You don't have to know the breakdown of the beast with the 7 heads and the 10 horns to get the kingdom. You don't need to know that breakdown, man. Does it help? Hell yeah, it helps. Because you know what's going on around you. But in reality, all you need to know is your duty is to keep the commandments, where the commandments are found in the Bible, and then you study to show yourself approved. That's all you need to do, man. But let's go ahead and get these scriptures, right? This is Jeremiah, chapter 10 and verse 1. Hear ye the word, which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. Now, those of us who have read Jeremiah 10, we know that it goes on to literally talk about Christmas, right? At the time it was called Saturnalia, same thing. But this is in general. We are not to be celebrating what the heathen celebrate. Worshiping their gods, keeping their customs, their holy days. They're separate days. That's what a holy day is. That's what it means to be holy, to be set apart. We're not supposed to be keeping their set apart days. We're supposed to be keeping our own holidays and worshiping our own God. Now, because we insist on joining ourselves to the heathens and serving their gods, bowing down to their idols, this is how the Most High God feels about our celebrations. This is Amos, chapter 5 and verse 21. I despise your feast days, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. So the Most High God is saying, I ain't with that. Not only am I not with it, I actively hate it. That's why a lot of times you'll see people, they'll have a calamity strike on a holiday. So-and-so was driving back from their auntie house and got into a car accident on Christmas Eve. Well, what you doing celebrating Christmas? Last time I checked, worshiping another God is a sin punishable by what?
Utter destruction.
Death. So when I hear about people getting put to death on a high holy day like Thanksgiving, Valentine's Day, Christmas, all Easter, all those different holidays where you're worshiping pagan gods, I empathize with your family, but do I sympathize with the person who the judgment was carried out on? Not really. Because more times than not, especially if they're in our family, we've at least told them, hey, don't celebrate Christmas. Where's that in the Bible? Show me. It's not in there, so don't celebrate. Where's Easter in the Bible? But for the most part, our people are undeterred. That's why the Most High God has had to tell us, like, look, man, I'm not even with you when you do those things. I actively hate it when you do the lock-ins at the church on Christmas Day. I've been to many of those as a kid, going to those lock-ins. And I'm going to tell you, even then, I didn't feel like it was, like, spiritually oriented. It just felt like they were doing, like, a winter revival where people run to the church, they say, oh, God, I'm going to change my life. They give a whole bunch of money, and then they go right back out in the world and do the same shit they was doing right before they came into church. So even as a kid, I could recognize, like, hey, man, this shit's not legit. But now when I keep these laws, statutes, and commandments, when I celebrate Passover, I can feel the Most High God is with that. Because I can find in the Bible where he tells me to do it, how he tells me to do it, how to prepare the lamb, not to break any bones, not to leave any of the meat left. And if anything is left, you burn it. You know what I'm saying? The laws and the ordinances of the Bible, they give you security in knowing that you're doing something that pleases God. And you don't just leave it up to chance and how you think. But let's keep going. But that's a good precept, brother. But in terms of you teaching, though, just to let you know, I know Darren is still really, really new to teaching. Technically, according to Sakari, I'm not even supposed to teach. Although I am a soldier. But I'm not supposed to teach, but I've been teaching for 2.5 years. So I learned the truth, and I just came out here to start teaching.
Yeah.
So, but, my whole strategy is I would rather you not just sit and not get edified, not learn how to read the King James and all that.
God, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, when you show up, man, chances are if you don't got a Bible, I'm going to give you one. And from time to time, I'm like, hey, man, read this. You know what I'm saying? Get you more familiar with reading loud, projecting, while people are walking by or whatever, just so that you can get used to doing this. Because eventually, you're going to want to teach, right? Is that your aspiration?
So I've been in Troop since 2019, and I used to. I'm not gonna say I was ever in IUIC,
Okay.
but I did go to the school, San Antonio. Right, but of course I walked in with Lily Flower, and that was like, take that off.
Yeah.
You know, no hate to them. I still love IUIC, but
It's just a couple of differences, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
so I've been rolling just kind of by myself, studying every day, and I be all over apps.
Okay.
So I normally teach people, like, actually, some people were trying to get me to a FaceTime earlier because there's this, new guy who had a study session with last night.
Okay.
So, yeah, but I haven't came to camp and, like, taught out in the streets.
Okay. What I would recommend, brother, is if you really just want to get your feet wet with some supervision,
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind coming to camp 30 minutes early, and you have a small lesson. You can do it off cam, or you can record it and put it up on your own channel. But of course, I won't wear anything with Sakari or anything. As a matter of fact, as a soldier, I haven't even been authorized to do that yet because we don't have an officer here, right? So until we have an officer, we're not officially like a camp that you're going to see on YouTube.
Yeah.
Right, but I wouldn't mind, coming out an extra half hour early, so you could just get your feet wet. You know what I'm saying? I'll read for you. I don't mind. I'll give you precepts if you need, and then just kind of give you pointers and stuff. About hey, that person, and watch out, or hey, get them. You know what I'm saying? And this is to the camera, right? I've said this over the years. If all you know is the Most High God, Yahweh's name, get out and teach it, man. Even if you stand at a bus stop and you talking to one person at a time, hey, do you know the real name of God in the Bible? Whoop-de-whoop, yeah, it's Yahweh. His son's name is Yahweh Shai. If that's all you know, man, go teach that, man. Because I'm going to tell you, the last thing you want is for Yahweh Shai to crack them clouds and call you an unprofitable servant. That's going to happen to a lot of our people, man. You got armchair Israelites sitting at home. They know the breakdowns. I'm talking about backwards and forwards. They can break down how the Elohim in Genesis 1 were the angels with Yahweh Shai at the head, the breakdown of the 144. They can give you all that. But yet, they don't do nothing with it. They sitting at home, scoffing, talking shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's the one thing that we don't want. That's why I asked this brother with sincerity, where do you want to go? If you want to teach, man, let me know, so we can get you on the road to being proficient at teaching. You know what I'm saying? Because we ain't got a lot of time. And if you want to be a teacher, man, now's the time to put your break in. So all you got to do is just let me know, man. I want to show up 30 minutes early. I'll be here. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Thou sayest, man. But let's get back to this lesson. So we are going to go ahead and we're going to flip over to, actually, you know what? Yeah, let's go to Baruch 4 and 1 through 9. Right? Because we saw in Deuteronomy, I believe we read chapter 4, and then we also read Deuteronomy 32, right? 13 through 23. But we see that the theme is that the Most High God chose us, and after choosing us, he bestowed upon us wisdom, right? But the reality is, it's compulsory that we keep these commandments. When we entered into the blood covenant, we told the Most High God all that he bid us we would observe and do. And that included suffering the penalty should we transgress. Whether it be being put to death, being put in a low estate, we agreed to all those terms. That's why when you read the Bible, you see things in it like this. This is Baruch, chapter 4 and verse 1. This is the book of the commandments of God, and the law that endureth forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die. Turn thee, O Jacob, and take heed of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof, that thou mayest be illuminated. So we've been told by the Most High God, through his prophets, that whoever doesn't want to keep the laws of God, you're going to get put to death, man. And the Most High God ain't giving out options. You don't have an exemption as an Israelite. You want to eat pork? That's cool. When you get diabetes and they cut that foot off, don't cry to God about it. When you have your first major heart attack, and after that you walking around with a pacemaker and a heart monitor, I've seen people have to do that, by the way. We laughed at the time. I think that nigga, he was only like 28. He had his first major heart scare, where the doctor literally had him carrying like an iPad and it gave a rhythmic beat. It was his hospital equipment that monitored his heart. But when he told me about all the stuff he was eating, I was like, yo, that's why that shit happened to you. You know what I'm saying? Like, but how much more for Israelites who want to eat pork, shrimp, crab, lobster? If you read Isaiah 65, it talks about the broth of abominable things. And it also talks about we provoke God to his face. So eating things like gumbo, where you literally have a soup that's got crab, shrimp, pork. It's disgusting to us now, but when we were in the world, man, I'm gonna be honest, when I was in the world, man, if I heard somebody was making gumbo, I was interested. I was like, yo, so what you putting in there? But now that I know what's in it, and I know my God don't like it, I'm like, yo, depart from me with that, man. Don't even bring that around me. But the Most High God often will cut you down in the midst of your transgressions. So I thank the Most High God that he spared us, right? But let's keep going. Verse 3, give not thine honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto thee to a strange nation. So we've got a direct order through yet another prophet, Baruch, that we are not to be giving that which is profitable to strange nations. We're not supposed to be making extra efforts to go over to eat, like to India, to teach Elam to not eat pork. That wisdom is reserved for our people. That profitable knowledge, we're supposed to be making the extra effort to give to our own and not to anyone else. Verse 3, give not thine honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto thee, to a strange nation. O Israel, happy are we, for things that are pleasing to God are made known unto us. Be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel. Ye were sold to the nations, not for your destruction, but because you moved God to wrath. Ye were delivered unto your enemies, for ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils and not to God. So the Most High God makes it plain. The reason why you jammed up, the reason why you in the hands of your enemies is because you worshiped other gods and you would not keep my commandments. And because you wouldn't keep my commandments, I had to put hands on you, man. You know, I'm sure this brother know about, black, parents beating you as a kid. But when you reach a certain age, man, your daddy ain't hitting you with a belt no more. You might get punched in the chest. There comes a time where it's like, yo, son, I can't give you the punishments that I give a child. You a man now. And if you want to transgress as a man, you got to suffer a man's penalty. You need to learn what it's like to walk in these shoes. And that's what the Most High God did to us as a nation. We got our little trial as we were in the wilderness. Because when you really think about it, when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets and he saw us worshiping the golden calf, the Most High God was quite pissed off. But even then he showed mercy. But you'll see after that, that mercy wasn't quite as prevalent. Now all of a sudden, you going into slavery to the Moabites, King Eglon. Now you going into slavery to the damn Canaanites. Now they're taking you into little captivities here and there. All of a sudden, the northern kingdom, they going into captivity to the Assyrians. But it's all for the same transgressions. So you see a maturation happening, not just of the people, but of the punishments thereof. The punishments are getting worse because we keep reoffending, and we should know better, right?
Not only going into slavery, then he said, and after they kept breaking law after that, now it's you not my people.
Yeah.
I'm not your God.
So this is like if a woman keep cheating on you, you might forgive her once or twice, and that's if I ain't gonna lie, that's if you a sucker, right? And I'm not calling the Most High a sucker, but he chose us, right? So he gonna deal with us. But
Heavy amount of mercy. Because a girl commit fornication on us,
yeah, we
all
cut
of
them
us,
off.
especially us who follow Yahushua, bro. Straight up, you getting divorced.
Yeah.
Oh, we're literally committing fornication against the Most High and saying, giving us mercy and a chance to wash that off.
But eventually, the Most High was like, look, you saw what I did to your sister, Northern Kingdom. I did to your sister Israel, and you still gonna play the harlot. You gotta go, man. You gotta go. And you know what the crazy part was? King Zedekiah, he was appointed a portion of the king's meat under the Babylonians. He's still revolted. Still, imagine being taken over by another kingdom, and they show mercy to your people to the extent that they don't even brutalize you. You just pay them tribute, and they take you into captivity, and you serve your sins. Zedekiah was like, man, fuck that, man. I want to be independent. So it resulted in him being cast in prison, his eyes put out, and all of his sons being killed. That's how stupid Israel is, man. Most High God show us mercy, and we double down on being fucking retarded. It's ridiculous, man. But now we're seeing that final judgment start to loom in the horizon. That's why you see a lot of blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. They starting to get worried. You'll hear Jake asking, hey man, what you think about the central bank digital currency? I just want to know what you think. Or, hey man, what you think about this whole thing that's going on with Russia and Ukraine? They keep talking about they gonna bomb America. You think that's gonna happen? I've had Israelites ask me these questions. But as soon as you correlate it to the Bible, then all of a sudden they back on the fence again. They don't want to listen to you. As soon as you tell them, hey man, it's all in here. It's in the book you say you've read. All of a sudden, hey man, you know, I'm not with that Bible, man, but you know, I appreciate the talk, good talk. In my mind, I'm like, yo, you giving more cause to be judged. You getting marked more and more. You gonna have some of our people, man, they got a small mark on them for where they interacted with us once or twice. Then you gonna have Israelites who covered head to toe in marks, man. They live with somebody who's been telling them every day to keep the commandments. They've been telling them God's real name, Messiah's real name, their real history. And the whole time they're just like, yo, I want to be a nigga. Yeah.
Whole family Hebrew Israelites. I'm not gonna put about still doing dumb shit.
Yeah, he the only one. Hey man, I had a Levite stop when I first started teaching, probably about 6 months in. He said he knew about the truth for over 15 years, man. He spoke Yiddish and everything, modern Hebrew.
Yeah.
And I was like, yo, you done known about the truth this long and you a Levite and God ain't done nothing to you? I said, brother, man, if you walk away from me today, I guarantee God gonna touch you, man. He gonna do something to you. You've been kept for 15 years knowing about the truth and turning your back on it and you a Levite? Nah, man. Hell nah. That's why when you look in Haiti today, man, them Levites going through hell. Because, yeah, Judah is the lead and king tribe, but of the Israelites, the Haitians are the Lord's portion. That is the one tribe within the tribe of Israel that belongs solely to the Most High God in everything that they do. Y'all got time for the Bible today? 2 minutes?
Got it every Sunday, buddy.
And
Aw,
Wednesday
man.
nights.
The Sabbath is not on Sunday, brother. Come
And
on.
Wednesday nights, bro.
That's a shame, brother. But have a good one, man.
Christians turn the Bible on Sunday, and as soon as Sunday's over, or church is over, they turn the Bible off on Sunday.
They turn it right off. But see, if I ask them, right, do you celebrate Passover? Nope. What does it mean to keep the Sabbath? Do you just go to church? You see what I'm saying? And even if they get it right, where is it in the Bible? Then all of a sudden, I don't know. It's like, that's why you need to be over here, learning your heritage, man. But that's why I keep saying it every week. When calamity strikes, our people are like a broken record, man. They cry out to God. When calamity strikes. I'm going to read this while he leaves. I know I read it before, right? This is Baruch, chapter 4 and verse 1. This is the book of the commandments of God, and the law that endureth forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die. And that's what we're trying to tell our people. You keep turning your back on the Most High God. You keep turning your back on the wisdom that he's given to his people. Don't worry about it. He gonna kill your ass, man. It might not be today, but it's coming. Got time for the Bible? 2 minutes? I'll say it. See, and I know some brothers, if they can see that person walking up, they might say, well, he's Asian. Depends on where he comes from. See, if he comes from the Philippines, you have a lot of Northern Kingdom over there due to the slave trade from Mexico to the Philippines called the Road of Silver, Ruta de la Plata. If he comes from, say, Thailand, you got the Maniq people, M-A-N-I-Q, Maniq, right? Also called the Selka or Selkia. I don't know how they pronounce it, but it means slave, right? They're Negrito people who are in Asia. If he's Chinese, he could be Kunlun He could be the Manchurian people, the Manchu people, right? Those are our people. Those are the Negritos that settled in China and other areas of Asia. If it's Japanese, shit, he could be the Ainu, A-I-N-U, our people over there. See, that's why asking people if they have just a moment for the Bible, it's very telling. Because they'll go and reach deep into a bag to pull out an excuse. Not understanding, hey man, you only do that to your own destruction if you happen to be an Israelite. Now, if you a heathen, hey, it don't matter if you listen to this or not, right? But let's finish this out. Actually, no, I think that's all I want. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna turn to Psalms 119 and 120. 128. Right? Because we know that keeping the commandments is the main objective of any Israelite. Let's read a couple accounts from King David and how he views keeping the commandments. You have to remember who King David truly was. King David is the most feared and reviled Israelite on the planet in the eyes of the heathen. They talk all that shit about loving King David today. But during King David's heyday, King David was revered for having killed tens of thousands of men by his own sword, by his own hand. And up under him were 37 other men who had slain thousands, if not respective thousands on their own by themselves. You had a man who could kill over 800 with the swing of a spear. Another who could kill another 300 with the swing of his staff. King David was rolling with some heavy hitters, man. The mighty men. And you mean to tell me that all these heathen nations somehow loved King David and his men? Hell no. So when King David is talking about keeping the commandments, you ought to give ear to it, right? Well, let's go ahead and get this, right? This is Psalms 119 and 128. Therefore I esteem all thy precepts concerning all things to be right, and I hate every false way. So saying I love God but not having time to hear about commandments, that's a false way. Being elders with nothing to teach, that's a false way. And yeah, I'm talking about y'all because I talked to y'all earlier. See, our elders don't realize they're going to be held to a higher standard because of all the people, they've had the longest duration to get it, and they still don't. See, I try not to go in too hard on our elders, but I can't help but do it. Seeing the lowest state that our people are in, man. We're dying out here. We are dying. Our daughters don't even know how to have a husband, let alone get one. They don't even know how to marry anybody anymore. Our daughters are literally aspiring before they even get through grade school to have a baby and the nigga chest leave. They want to be baby mamas. And our elders are walking around like they've done their job and they did it to the best of their ability. They act like they have nothing left to teach. And I grew up I was born in 85, so I grew up in the 90s. I remember when all of our elders still had a bit of youth in them. And guess what? They weren't doing shit then too. They were strung out on coke, crack. They were having fun doing the electric slide at the damn disco. But you fast forward to today and you see the ramifications of them falling asleep at the wheel and not teaching the young people. That's why I try to yell at our elders and let them know, like, hey man, we need y'all. Get off your ass, man. Don't leave us, because they gonna die sooner than later, right? Don't leave us with nothing. Teach us what you know. That's why I resent having to go into these books. Not the Bible, but books like this book right here called Without Sanctuary that shows the lynching photography in America. Yeah, go ahead and take a look, bro. I resent having to read books like that and see the horrors that were done to our people. Only because my elders never prepared me to come into that knowledge and realize, hey, these people did this to us. But I'm gonna get back to the lesson. I could talk about our elders all damn day, man. This is Psalms 119 and 129. Thy testimonies are wonderful. Therefore doeth my soul keep them. The entrance of thy words giveth light. It giveth understanding unto the simple. I opened my mouth and panted, for I longed for thy commandments. Look thou upon me, and be merciful unto me, as thou used to do unto those that love thy name. So you have King David here, the most powerful man on the planet at the time, making supplication unto the Most High God to be merciful unto him, because of his drive and his compulsion to not only keep the commandments, but to acquire the wisdom to do so. That's why King David said, I made haste to keep thy precepts. But see, despite these words of wisdom, many of our people have never read these words, because a Christian pastor told them, hey, we don't read the Old Testament here. Yeah, you can read that, but I don't really mean what you think it means.
You must think they're better than Christ. That's all he talked about.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Most people don't even read the words of Christ, because Christ told you that he only came for his people. See, that's why when people start talking about how much they love Jesus, all you got to do is ask them, well, what'd he say? All of a sudden, and they start stumbling over shit. It's because they don't know.
They start quoting Paul.
Yeah, and they quote Paul. That shit, this brother know what's up. 9 times out of 10, you ask them what Christ say, they'll run to Paul. That's why the Bible even has to pose the question, are you a worshiper of Paul or a worshiper of Christ? That ain't new, because the words of Paul have always been hard to understand. And if you think there weren't heathen waiting on the outer fringes, trying to ease their way into being Israelites, as if you could, but there were. That's why I brought up Drusilla from the book of Acts. She's called a Jewess, right? She's called a Jewess. But when you look in the Greek, the word is Iudeos, and it stands for one who was born in Judea. Now, that harkens to something I talk about all the time, called a demonym, where your nationality is named after the land you're born in, not the ethnonym, the tribe that you come from, or the patrilineal descent that you derive from. I said that better than I thought I would, to be real with you. But that whole principle started way back when, because these heathen have always been trying to come into the promises as if they've been invited by us. But here's the reality. Even if we did invite them, we don't have the authority to welcome them into the covenant. What blood have they had sprinkled upon them in an altar? When did the Most High God come down and literally be part of the ritual to bring them into a covenant? The answer is never. The angel of the Lord never bid them to show up somewhere and bring them into a covenant. So where do they get off even thinking that we have the authority to bring them into the old or new covenant? We don't. But let's keep going here. This is Psalms 119 and 132. Look thou upon me, and be merciful unto me, as thou used to do unto those that love thy name. Order my steps in thy word, and let not any iniquity have dominion over me. Deliver me from the oppression of man, so will I keep thy precepts. So you have King David literally saying, preserve me, Lord, so I can keep your precepts. One of the things that King David also says in the book of Psalms is that there's no thanks in the grave. That's one of the reasons why we pray to the Most High God to spare us, so we can continue to give him proper thanks. Because if we get killed, I can't thank the Most High God. I can't even thank him for judging me and bringing me back to the spirit realm. See, the time to praise God for us is in our flesh. Because after you receive your judgment, you rest. And then you're born again. Whether it be in 80 years, 120 years, who knows? But we know every 3 to 4 generations, that cycle of judgment happens to whoever did the transgression. What we got? They look, nah, they ain't our people. They're not our people. But either way. Verse 133, order my steps in thy word, and let not any iniquity have dominion over me. Deliver me from the oppression of man, so will I keep thy precepts. Make thy face to shine upon thy servant, and teach me thy precepts. Rivers of water run down mine eyes, because they kept not thy law.
Which way is it?
Y'all be safe tonight, brother. Sure thing. Y'all Israelites, all right? Y'all special. I'm trying to let our people know, man. Jake don't never sit back and think, man, why am I faster than everybody else?
You said what?
Jake never sits back and thinks, why am I faster than everybody else? Why am I smarter than everybody else? Why I work harder than everybody else? Why everybody treat me like shit? Our people never stand back and ask that question. But that's why in Isaiah 1 it says, an ox knoweth his owner, and an ass his master's crib, but Israel doth not know. My people do not consider. They don't even think about it, man. But they have plenty of time to think. When that white man turned that key, when they get locked in that jail cell, that's why they turn to Islam and Christianity, because a nigga start thinking. And the white man anticipate that. You finally got a chance to sit down. Ain't nobody shooting. Your mama ain't raising hell, because you know if she a damn baby mama, she gonna be in her emotions all the time, cussing people out, acting a fool. You finally in an environment where you can sit and think. But the moment you start to think, they got programs available for you. They even got Jews, so-called Jews, right, who go into the prisons and they have a Jewish program that you can convert it to. That's why you're seeing more and more black men show up as Jewish people. A lot of them convert in prison. See, this devil understands the name of the game, and that's to take you away from your square, and that is keeping the laws and commandments. But the reality is, we ain't got much longer to suffer through this and watch our people fail this damn easy-ass test. Eventually, final judgment gonna come, and it's gonna be what it is. Whether you awake to everlasting life or everlasting contempt. But it's gonna be whatever it is. But let's keep going. So we're gonna go ahead and bounce back to verses 105 to 106. Rain in England. Damn. But either way, this is Psalms 119 and 105. Thy word is as a light or a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. I have sworn, and I will perform it, that I will keep thy righteous judgments. So the Most High God's commandments, they illuminate our path to prosperity. They allow us to have sound judgment. They allow us to reside in company of our enemies, and yet they have no justification to slay us. That's why King David, I love Psalms 119. King David beautifully wrote this, right? And those who chime in, because there's lots of singers here. It's the longest book in the Bible, or at least in terms of the number of verses. But you see that everything that's in this chapter has to do with the Most High God allowing us to keep the precepts, to keep the commandments, and making supplication unto the Most High God that He preserve us, so that we can continue to do so and thank Him in doing so. Right? But we see that the laws are a lamp to our feet. But I'm going to read 89 through 96, right? This is Psalms 119 and 89. Forever, O Lord, thy word is settled in heaven. Thy faithfulness is unto all generations. Thou hast established the earth, and it abideth. They continue this day according to thine ordinances. For all are thy servants. Unless thy law had been my delight, I should then have perished in mine affliction. So you have King David literally saying, if I had not been a lawkeeper, I would have died. I would have perished. See, we have to understand something, man. Our nation has always been beset on all sides by our enemies. Always. There has never been a time, from the time where Israel came out of Egypt to the time of today, there has never been a period where our enemies have not been looking and going, man, I'm going to kill them motherfuckers, man. When they were in the wilderness, Amalek attacked us from the rear and killed our infirm and our elderly. That's why the Most High God said, hey.
It's up and it's stuck.
Well, but I'm talking about, you know, the promise of the Most High God to wipe out Amalek in particular, to blot out their name from under heaven. See, there's all types of vendettas in this book because of what these nations have done to us. The Canaanites, the Most High God say, hey man, don't even make marriages with the Canaanites. Out of all the nations on the planet, that one nation, you can't have no relation with them people. He didn't even do that with the nation of the Canaanite, or I'm sorry, of the Edomites. I could get an Edomite concubine. Now, should I have an Edomite concubine? Probably not. It's not expedient, right? You got brothers right now who can't even fully commit to the truth because they got heathen wives. But the Most High God has said different things of different nations. Lot and Ammon, they can't even, or I'm sorry, Ammon and Moab, they can't even come into the congregation of the Lord. What would you hold the congregation for? Shit. What is it? Feast of the first moon, right? So when the lunar Sabbath changes over, that's a holy convocation. You come together to feast for that, right? They can't come to that. They can't attend Passover. As a matter of fact, none of the heathen can even partake in the Passover. So there's all types of rules and stipulations on how this thing runs. That's why when the Most High God says, hey man, these Edomites, man, we got to block their name out. We got to wipe these people out as per Obadiah. That's the ordinance of the Lord. That's why knowing that King David was hated of all his enemies, it should give you a perspective of his enemies, knowing that one day they're going to be put over us and be able to essentially exercise their fantasies, their dreams when we go off. When you read the book of Judith, they're well aware when we don't keep the commandments, they get to rule over us. They're well aware of that. That's why King David continuously prayed to the Most High God to be preserved. Not just in the physical body, but be preserved spiritually. Cast me not away from your presence. Allow me to stay rooted in this faith and keep your commandments, so all of these evils do not befall me. You don't have to save somebody if they're never in trouble. But see, after the matter of Uriah the Hittite, King David had transgressed and has set everything in motion for all of the upheaval that he would endure with his son Absalom and Solomon. You got something? You got a verse? You want to talk?
I was trying to see if I could find it, but you know, was it I think maybe King Darius who said when they got the decree to go back and build the temple, they're like, oh, if you let them build the temple, they serve their God. That's how nations literally fall. And then it was like,
Yeah, find that if you can find it.
yeah, I was trying to look for it.
Yeah, find that. But see, based on that though, you know, because he's bringing up how the Elamites, they let us go build the second temple. I'm gonna tell you, man, in the kingdom of heaven, there's gonna be plenty of reasons to not show mercy, but there's gonna be a few that are reasons to, in fact, show mercy. See, the Edomites are gonna be getting it the absolute worst, because out of all the heathen nations on the planet, they've showed us no mercy, none. Upon the ancient, they have very heavily laid the yoke. They showed no mercy to children, to women, nothing. But when you read about what they were doing to us in the sub-Saharan slave trade, they were feeding us to alligators. They were whoring out our small children. Pedophilia is not something that is exclusive to the Edomites. That is something that is very prolific on the earth in general. But, how you doing, brother? Got time for the Bible? One verse? All right. Can you hang out in the area? I'll read loud. Now say it, man. See, you try to compromise with our people, man. Just let me give you one. You don't want one? But I guarantee, man, when that famine of the word hit, and it's coming soon, you're going to have brothers who will throw down all they shit for their job and go, hey, man, you reading the Bible? Can you teach me? We ain't going to be out here, man. We ain't going to be out here. But either way, let's keep going. This is Psalms 119 and 93. I will never forget thy precepts, for with them thou hast quickened me. I am thine, save me, for I have sought thy precepts. The wicked have waited for me to destroy me, but I will consider thy testimonies. I have seen an end of all perfection, but thy commandment is exceedingly broad. So you've got King David literally saying that through the precepts of the Most High God, he is made alive. He's been quickened. See, that's why we know the laws and the statutes in this book, they are spirit and they are life. That's not something that is just relegated to the New Testament. That's all throughout this book. We were made alive by the wisdom of the Most High God. As a matter of fact, that process started with Adam in the Bible. Because when you look up what the breath of life is in the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7, the breath of life is literally wisdom. That's why understanding the story of Genesis is very integral to understanding how things came to be historically. Yeah, it's cyclical. And then when you read in 1 Corinthians 15 that the first Adam is in fact Yahushai and the last Adam is Yahushai, it makes more sense why Yahushui's blood and his sacrifice is able to be a propitiation for Israel's sin, for our transgressions, because we all came of Adam, and as a result of the second Adam coming and setting the record straight, laying down his life, a perfect sacrifice, through him we are made perfect, so we won't sin anymore. But let's keep going, right? I know I got off on a tangent on that, but either. Let's go to. So we're gonna go to 1 Samuel 15 and 22, and then we're gonna go to Jeremiah 15 and 1 through 7. Yeah, I read this. How much time we got? Okay, yeah, we almost up on 3 hours. So, what time is it, brother?
It's 7:05.
7:05. Yeah, I might not stay out that late. So I'm gonna just tell you, right? So, having been out here pretty much solo for the first year, yeah, probably about the first 2 years I was pretty much solo. But especially, I did 2 winters by myself. When it comes to when you're gonna have the most problems, people want to fight the most, it's right now. It's the winter time. I don't know what it is about these spirits, but yeah, during the winter, niggas be wanting to fight. They be like, say if you, because I used to stay out till like maybe like 11, 12 at night. Like, and I'm talking about it'd be like 50, 40 degrees. There'd be a mist coming off the river, and you see people, they be bugged out coming out the damn mist. Yeah. You could tell they got spirits on. So during the winter, man, I'll just say, man, if you're gonna do this work, be careful. Certainly be careful. Let me get real quick. Did you do any teaching when you were in any other camp?
No, so I was just in school.
Just school? Okay.
Yeah, most of the time it's online, slides, calls.
But you did teach on live and stuff. Okay. I'm just trying to see, did you get any teaching in? Because if you've done some teaching, I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot of transitive skills that you can use. It works in the classroom. It works out here. It's just as long as you're personable with people, you be alright. And I know IUIC, y'all, they typically real good with that. But anyway, this is 1 Samuel chapter 15 and verse 22. And Samuel said, hath the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. See, that's why we can say with certainty that the Most High God is not a respecter of persons, and he doesn't take a bribe or reward. He wants obedience above anything else. And that's why Israel, by and large, misses the mark every time. That is our critical flaw. Now, just to give a bit of a context for what I just read, this is from Samuel to Saul. Saul was tasked with wiping out the Amalekites. We mentioned this earlier, but I'll say it again. He was tasked with wiping out their people, not taking any of the spoils and destroying it all. Instead, they took the spoils, albeit to try to sacrifice it to the Most High, but that's not what he told them to do. And they spared King Agag, one Amalekite. Now, we wonder why these so-called Jewish people, or the Ashkenazi, they look so similar to one another. They have so many, basically, they have such a shallow gene pool that they're susceptible to all types of congenital birth defects and diseases. In Israel, they have the most, or the so-called Ashkenazi, they have the most birth defects of any nation on the planet. But that's because they were reduced to literally one man. And then they had to come back from that. Well, how do you come back from just one man? And that nation is already of the nation of Esau, or Ashashar, right? Meaning wasted away is he. You're already of a nation by default that is genetically lacking in strength. You mean to tell me that coming back from one man, you're going to have genetic diversity? Especially when you're not procreating with the most genetically diverse people on the planet, the Israelites. Well, that's a recipe for disaster. And we see that to this day. That's also one of the reasons why most of these Edomites make it a point every so many generations to have a black, Hispanic, or Native Indian wife. They do that on purpose, right? You see that with the royal family in the UK today with Meghan Markle. Granted, she's not our people because I think her father's still an Edomite, but her mother is in fact a so-called black woman.
That's good enough for me.
Yeah, and that's enough genetic diversity for them, right? But let's keep going. I'm gonna read this one more time because we have to understand that Saul disobeyed the Most High God and he was this close to the mark. All he had to do was not spare King Agag and destroy all of the proceeds, all of the resources of the Amalekites. And see, and that's going to be one of the issues with Israelites not being preserved here. Wanting to try to take something to dedicate it to God when God is like, look, don't take none of this shit from here. It's all defiled. Separate yourself from your enemies and take heed of thy friends. Learn not the way of the heathen. Right? Basically separate yourself from these people in any way that you can. And whatever you need to take with you into the kingdom, it'll be given to you in short order. Whether it's just the clothes on your back and food that you find in the field. You're going to be seeing the miracles of God during those days, man. As per Isaiah 65, where it says only his servants are going to eat and drink. The Most High God is going to make a way. But see, that type of faith has always been lacking in Israel. And we see that in the first official king that was ever decided over Israel, which is Saul. Now, the first real king is Moses, right? Because Moses was king in Jeshurun, right? But that's a whole nother one. So let's go to Jeremiah 15. Yeah, I think I'm just doing my top lesson. Then we'll just kind of get scriptures in the spirit. Yeah, man, I tried to structure my lessons for like multiple brothers and stuff. As you saw, man, you know, he had to go to work, the other brother didn't come. So. I know it'd be like that. I know one thing, though, I'm gonna be out here. Yeah, buddy. I got this sister coming. Let's see if we can talk to her. How you doing tonight, sister? You got time for the Bible? 2 minutes? What if this book says you a princess walking here? I bet it does.
We're all gods and goddesses here.
Oh?
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah.
Can I read something to you real quick that shows that we're not?
Sure.
Sure.
Do you know how many Bibles there is in the entire world?
Well, there's a lot. But the thing is, how were they made? What were they compiled with? The Dead Sea Scrolls, Greek Septuagint? Well, but I'm asking, what were they like translated from?
Everybody translated it. I feel like man translated it. Humans and things.
Do you know what the text is?
We really are the creators of our reality.
Okay. Do you know what Textus Receptus is? Do you know
No,
that?
I never know.
How about the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Okay.
Okay, cool. So that's just one of the parchments that
Part of it is in there, but not everything that they found, all the scrolls. Like, girl, research it.
No, that's all I do. That's why I'm out here.
Girl, I talked to a lot of scientists and I talked to a lot of people from like UK, London. I understand that we are the creators of our reality. Jesus, you know Jesus, right?
Oh, that's not his name. So no, I don't
But
love
I
you.
felt there was a being of a Jesus. Like, back then,
Yahweh Shai. Yahweh.
yeah, there's another name too, but he came here to show us what we really are. That we are very powerful beings.
Okay, well let me read this. And I want to see if everybody is as powerful as you say. Right? This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 6, about chapter 16. Yeah.
Do you mind I record this? I talk about spiritual stuff.
Sure.
I go a little more though.
I'm already recording, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I beat you to it.
Oh, no, but if you don't mind, I
No, go for it. Yeah.
I
我走错了，应该走下面，
feel like everything was right.
应该下去的，应该走下面穿过去。
We all further and
Daddy,
I get into quantum mechanics.
Me too. I used to be a student of quantum physics.
You know that quantum physics shows that we're always switching reality.
But it's theorem though.
No,
It's-
we're quantum physics.
Well, no, it's theorem because the thing is, where's the transition of energy occur between those realities?
Because energy is first,
No, but what I'm saying is,
Like this cell
but
phone.
hold on. But my question is, you're talking about multiple parallel universes being basically next to each other or on top of each other. Where does the transference of energy occur within reality itself?
For me, because from my experience, my son, he was in a traumatic car accident about a year ago, actually, on the 27th of November.
Okay.
That week that everything was happening, I've been studying the quantum structure since 2015.
Okay.
I'm the kind of person that kind of grew up very clairvoyant. I saw like ghosts and all that stuff, and had paranormal experiences, and I had extraterrestrial experiences.
Okay.
Whether you believe me or not.
Oh no, I believe you.
So the way I used to look at reality as a little girl, I kind of looked at it as a video game. I used to question. I used to even talk to my cousin
Okay.
that I would be like, I don't think this is real. Like I know we're real here. Like if I jump off the building, I die.
Yeah.
Because quantum.
There's definitive rules that govern
yeah,
our reality.
Exactly.
Okay, I got it.
And so, but I used to be like this. I was a very odd little girl. So I started studying the quantum structure back in like 2007. I started meditation too because I saw things and I was very clairvoyant and I could see auras around people and energy. I started just meditating all the time, learning to meditate and learning to practice
Okay.
all the time. And
Why would you be
so-
loving all the time? Actually, let's read this. Let's read this thing. Okay, well, let me read this. Let me read this. Okay, well, let's read this real quick, right? This is Second Ezra's chapter. Are you recording? So I want them to hear it too.
Okay.
Right, see? Your viewers need to hear this, man.
Wait, what's your name?
My name is Haya L.
Haya L?
Haya L.
Okay,
That's
say
me.
hi.
Hello, y'all.
Alright guys, my name is Araya. I came across this guy, I'm doing my walk for the night. It's so cool because one, I want to get to know people. I want to see if we align with each other. That's
Okay.
my purpose. My purpose is heart activation and that's it. I'm here to say whatever I need to say, you say whatever you need to say, but at the same time build respect. At
Okay.
the same time, I love all religions.
But as long as we're talking about the Bible, let's let
Okay,
God
we're
say
gonna
what
talk
He
about
said,
the
right?
Bible.
So this is Second Ezra, chapter 6 and 54. And after these, Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes. So we all come from Adam, right? Everybody is the same, right?
That's what it
Cool.
says on there.
Okay, cool. As for the other people which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing. Wait, so some of the people who come from Adam, God thinks of them as nothing.
Yeah, I know where it is.
I know. So where does it say that
Can
God?
I interpret what that says though?
Well, let's read it all the way through and then you interpret.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. So, as for the other people which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and hast likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. So, if you had that bottle of water, if a drop fell out of it,
Uh-huh.
are you going to try to get a napkin and get that drop up and put it back in the bottle? Or are you just going to say, hey, I got this whole bottle right here?
Well, I guess in logical humanness, I guess you wouldn't care. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So that's how God feels about nations who are not Israelites.
Uh-huh.
Now, what is your take on it?
For me, I feel that the Bible's interpretation, like Adam and Eve. Adam means atoms. We all come from different atoms. We are part of matter. It means we are part of different particles. And Eve, in a word, is symbologically as energy.
Now-
We're all energy.
Can you demonstrate that with a verse out of the Bible?
From the verse out of the Bible, I can look for one,
Sure.
but I'm not familiar with the
Okay.
Bible.
Okay, I'll take that.
I
I'll take
grew
that. I'll
up
take that.
Catholic. I grew up, with the Gospel of David, and I grew up very Catholic in the Catholic tradition. So, in my take of the way I viewed, like my grandmother and my mother, because they were very, I don't want to say closed-minded people, but very much in the matrix. Whatever they've been taught by man or they've been taught by their grandfathers and grandfathers, believe to be true because that's what's been taught to us.
I have a question. Yeah, that one makes perfect sense. So as an ex-student of quantum theory, M theory, and all those things, who taught that to you?
Because I am very clairvoyant. A few years back in 2015, I started communicating with higher beings.
And they called it quantum theory, or did they call it something else?
No, they kept telling me that we are nothing but energy, that we are here to manipulate energy and create the reality we by it.
Okay.
And then we've been manipulating all the people. So whatever, or statistic wise, it keeps kind of like
Mexican?
We're Mexican.
Okay.
Well, I'm not Mexican. I mean, we're all kinds of things.
Is your
I think
father Mexican?
We've been enslaved. All of us have come from our original origin of where we're really from is somewhere else, and you know that.
Well,
Even
not from
us
America,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
But is your father Mexican though?
My father was indigenous,
Indigenous.
Cherokee, and my mother, my grandmother grew up in Monterrey, and she was indigenous too. She was,
Okay.
was it like, I forgot what race she told me, but I really want to know like what our rooted race is, because obviously this land here that we're standing on here in Texas, San Antonio, Texas, this used to be whatever, Mexico. And then before that it used to be the native land. So,
Ma'am, it is still Mexican.
I know, right?
It is still-
But we can get all into that later. But I started communicating with higher beings. At first, it was scary because I was taught in the Bible that witchcraft or psychic or stuff like that is considered evil. So I kind of stood away from that as a child because I thought that was scary. But just weird things that happened to me as a child that I questioned about humans. Like one time I remember a little girl got run over. She was like 8 years old. And I remember my grandparents were all talking like, oh, poor child. In Spanish they're speaking, but they're saying like, she's never going to get to heaven because she wasn't baptized. Or I guess her family wasn't religious or whatever. And I was so sad for that because I was like, that doesn't make sense according to the laws of whatever they believe in.
Can I read something about that? Yeah. This is Job 4:7. Remember, I pray thee, whoever perished being innocent, or where were the righteous cut off? Now, I know when you hear about a child suffering a grievous injury or dying, you think, well, what did that child do? But if you understand the Bible, there's a concept called regeneration, where the Most High God, He can save up your judgment for the third or fourth generation.
Well, that's the thing. I think for me, that's the manipulation of the Bible per se. They talk about love and the goodness of God and unconditional love, and actually they actually don't teach that.
Nowhere in the Bible,
They
hold on,
just talk
hold on.
about it.
But nowhere in the Bible does it say the love of God is unconditional. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna read this to you right now that shows you that there are plenty of conditions on God's love. Right? This is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass.
Do you believe in past lives and stuff?
Of course.
Do you believe that maybe you could have been like, say, in China, and you would be telling me at this
Sure. Because guess what? There are so-called black people in China called the Manchu. No. But here's the thing. According to the Bible, with the regeneration, you don't come back as a butterfly or a tiger. You come. Hold on. But you come back as the same gender in the same nation.
See, that's where I, like the higher beings, like I talked about, because I questioned my life, this life as a child. They would tell me things like that we come in many forms, that we've been treating water, everything, that we come to experience and we come to awaken. And usually...
So I have a question.
Uh-huh.
I want to ask you this, right? And I want to show you a picture. I want to show you a picture, right? If you were a tree or a butterfly in your past life, you're not going to want to put this on your life, I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
So if this brother was a butterfly, what did he do to deserve that? Did he not pollinate a flower good enough, or what happened?
For me, my question...
But hold on. But what's happening to this brother right now? I need you to see what's happening. No, he's being barbecued and he's been lynched. Now, you see all these people around him?
That's dark.
Yeah. Now, what's going to happen to them, though? Are they going to be born as a butterfly or a cockroach? What's going to happen?
For my experience, and this is my own experience, because I communicate with other people, because I talked about and I even talk about like Thanksgiving the other day, because I don't celebrate it, because actually
Definitely.
they fucking came and freaking killed and raped and sold and like really we're gonna celebrate.
Can I read something in the Bible that shows that it was predicted before it even happened?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just, whenever you say things, I just want to show you that it's in here.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm doing my best, but at the same time, I understand why other beings that are here on our planet that are very dark. They want to keep us manipulated that we don't have control of our reality. They want to keep us manipulated with the system because the system works with the darkness.
Now, can I say something real quick?
It really does. Uh-huh.
Now, you call these people other beings. I just call them white people.
Hey, there's some really
Well, I mean,
nice
like,
white
I'm
people.
just being.
They're very, very
But,
nice.
but,
And this is part of it because there's houses.
I have a question. If I broke in your house, I killed everybody in there, and I hung up pictures of my family, and I moved in, would you care how nice I am to you?
That's the human condition you're in the
No,
program.
but-
If I was still a human like that, the way I thought, I would probably go and kill you.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Burn you or whatever, because that would be my natural human.
So my question is, this is Mexico. This is your land, right? How are they nice people?
Because you don't know that. They probably missed their lives. They probably didn't even raise their kids to be racist.
But they raise their kids to live in somebody else's house.
But you're here too.
And guess what? They brought me here.
Not them personally.
That's only more condemnation for them.
You can't do that because see.
Let me read this.
God is everything. Do you believe that God is love?
Well, he's love and hate.
But yes, parallel both. There has to be darkness in order
Actually,
to be light.
before I read this, I'm gonna read this because I want to clear up this whole misunderstanding that God is one big old snuggly bear
No, I'm
wanting to
not
hug
saying
everybody.
that.
I gotta clear that up.
And
I know.
I feel that God is everything, even part of
I know.
the darkness.
I know, but-
I really feel that we are here meant to experience, but we are here to make a conscious choice. Just like you're blaming some white people that pass by us. For people to make a conscious choice in their soul, in their heart, that they're going to become a better version of themselves. So they could become the change they need to see in the world.
So imagine
I really
again,
believe in that.
again that
I
same.
know that.
But hold on, that same scenario. I've done all that to take your house. Now I'm a Pulitzer Prize winner writer. I've cured world hunger and I've cured AIDS and cancer. But your family's still dead and your house is still mine. And I hold it in front of you every day.
Would
Do you care?
as a soul actually be sorry that you did those things?
Whether I'm sorry or not, does that really matter?
No. Yes, it does
Why?
matter.
Why?
Because when people change, when they have redemption happen in their life, and hopefully a lot of villains, let's just say villains, a lot of villains at the end of the story, they always end up realizing and growing a heart before they die.
Yeah, in Dragon Ball Z they do. In Naruto they do. This is real life.
But
They don't do that.
Thanos died on his gun.
Yeah.
I ain't changing for nobody.
As an example, I worked for the state hospital for about 10 years.
Yeah.
I was doing psychology courses
Mhm.
like that. And this is how beautiful my life is because I was going to university, I was going to college. I actually was studying to be a psychologist.
Okay.
My main job is in the I worked with a lot of mental patients, a lot of them. The main ones I worked with were and people who killed their moms, that were schizophrenic so much that they didn't get over the health of their
Mhm.
and they slit their throat. But when I would meet these people, it was so weird when they were on their meds or when they were drinking these drugs. And a lot of them are just years and they were always so loving and life. But then you look at their fucking face and I'm like, oh my god, like wow. You know what I mean? Like what the fuck? You know?
What's that term they call prisoners who get out despite getting parole and
Yeah.
showing all the good signs, they somehow end up in prison again? What's that word? It begins with an R. Recidivism? Is that what it is? Recidivism? Yeah. It's when basically like you keep doing the same thing despite the negative consequences. So when you say like you were counseling killers and murderers and rapists and all that, I'm gonna be honest. Whether you're sorry or not has no bearing on the victim. That's why mercy to the merciless is
No,
cruelty
that's why
to the victim.
there's energy. Whatever you did, it always comes back.
But-
Always does.
Okay, well let me read this, right? But this is Isaiah chapter 45 and 7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. It is. But the Most High God creates good and evil. So is he all good? No. Is he all
It's
evil? No.
everything. Everything you see here is God.
Well,
Me,
it's of
you,
God, yeah.
Everything, no, everything is. Everything's just an experience. And I wish, okay, I had an
I've had a couple of them. Yeah.
No, but I really like had all of them. I think because I was always surviving since I was a kid. just giving up the fucking knowledge in the spiritual realm, I guess.
You perceive that, but I'm gonna be honest.
No,
Everybody has
everything's
those
what we perceive.
experiences.
No, everything's what we perceive. That's how I knew everything more about what was happening. People that you know can use the light guiding you. They're just guiding you back to slavery, which is here first. It's a reincarnation cycle that the dark ages actually want. Because they want to keep everything in their vibration. They just do. But light, I promise you, light is definitely winning over people like me that have been doing work on themselves.
Now I have a question. Your work, what fruits have you produced?
Oh, what do you mean, physical wealth?
So say like what I do, right? So no, say what I do. So
What do you mean?
so for instance, you would call yourself Mexican, right? Or native or indigenous.
Now I call myself
Okay, but here's the thing. Your patrilineal descent, I can take you all the way back to who you are.
Yeah.
If your father's a so-called Mexican, you come from the tribe of Issachar. If your father's a Native American, you come from the tribe of
that I
Gad.
would love to know in this physical reality. That, but I also do know I've been a being. Because I do Akasha records. I don't know if you heard of that. You go into a lot of the lives that you're living currently right now, because they're quantum physics, systems, that everything's happening simultaneously right now. There's no such thing as time, space, whatever. So you can actually tap into these other lives that you've ever lived. And I've lived many. I've been a billionaire. I died in a lot of them horribly. But I understand that the higher self, our higher self chose to come as you right now, chose to be right now, whatever you're doing right now, whatever you are seeking or searching for yourself, or trying to help others. It signed up to be just that, but it also signed up to wake the hell up. Meaning, you can create anything you want. I have physical wealth. I'm pretty good. But the thing is that I also am so aware that I love everything and everybody. Me and my family were saved because I did my work. I learned to heal
Saved from what?
trauma.
Saved from what?
I learned to heal trauma.
No, but saved from what? You're saved from the trauma, or what do you save from?
I learned to heal all the trauma that I had in my DNA. Because I come from past lives.
Okay. So when you go on social media and you see a Hispanic young kid or boy gunned down by police, does that not affect you, or does
I
it?
understand that the collective created it because the collective believes that this is how our
Can I say something to my camera real quick?
yeah, oh sure.
Cool. So I mean no offense to this sister. I come from a very similar mind frame, where the world is an illusion and you have a higher self. But what good does that do your people?
You have to become the change you see.
Right. And what good does that do your people? You have physical wealth, you told me. But what good has it done your people?
My people are changing because of people like me. Because
Right.
people who are working on
I've been
themselves.
doing this for 2.5 years. Most of your people don't even know this is Mexico. That's
Well,
where your people are.
Especially if even your people, if you go to the club right now
Yep.
and you start asking questions about your
That's
race,
right.
they're not gonna know a lot
I know
of
they're
shit
not. And guess
because
what?
they don't teach
And
you
guess
shit
what?
at
The
school.
worldly things that you're talking
They
about
don't teach
have
you
no
shit.
effect.
I gotta give you
Sure, you can. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is,
I understand what you're saying. I really do. I tell people that all the time. I was like, I fucking understand what you're saying. I understand this passion of yours, this drive that you want.
I'm gonna
the
say
world
something,
to be
sister. Hold on.
different.
I'm gonna say something. You are not familiar with the drive or the passion or even the wisdom that I have.
No, I understand.
And the
what
reason
you're
why I say
saying.
that is because I have books in that bag that you have not read.
I probably haven't read them. I'm not a book reader.
But that means, and that's exactly what I'm saying. If you're not a book reader, how are you to know your past?
Because I channel it. Because I channel
Right.
all my past.
Right.
I channel everything.
I
in
know.
the past
And guess
life.
what? When you channel those things,
I
you
understand
don't
why.
get anything that solves
No, I
problems.
understand why I even incarnated here. I came here to become the change, meaning I donate. I am actually donating for them. So people can come to me.
Now, this is what I'm also talking about. Our people believe the things of this world, their wealth, what they do personally will raise their people up. Let me say this. There have been men greater than me and you. Marcus Garvey,
But you need
Malcolm
to
X.
understand
They
that
could
you're
not
an amazing
they could
person
not
too.
they could not
Even
change
then,
they could not change the plight of our people.
meaning
Now,
your
this is
purpose
also
is
what
not-
happens. Our people want to talk over with just what they know of this world. That's why, seeing that she doesn't read, I'm not surprised.
Hey,
'Cause I used to believe the same thing.
Because those are other people's ideas.
They are.
They are. That's where the brain
Which is why you
wants
came
to
up
be.
talking about quantum theory, which
Yeah.
is another person's idea.
No, I studied. You know that I healed my son within 2 months from a
Sure.
healed
What's the
him.
proof?
Oh.
Yeah, I would see it.
I healed him from a traumatic brain injury.
Uh-huh.
Even when he got to the hospital, he developed extreme pneumonia.
Okay.
On January 1st, November 27th was his accident. January
Okay.
1st.
What was the
his-
accident?
The
Because
accident was a big traumatic car accident.
okay. Yeah, because like traumatic brain injury doesn't correlate to pneumonia.
Okay. That's okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Right here, he's kind of unconscious. He only could hear me sing. He only responds to me talking to him in a positive way.
Okay.
He was with tubes for like freaking 3 months. He was unconscious for 3 months. That first week that we were there in the hospital,
Okay.
the first week, they were already telling us he was going to die.
Okay.
They were preparing him for his death. And I promised that I'll get their information so that you literally see through how quantum energy works. How we are really the creator of our reality, no matter what's going on in the outside
So you
world.
manifested it.
Yes. Oh, yes. I
Cool.
did.
Let me
That's
read
the
this, right?
beautiful part.
This is Sirach, chapter 41 and verse 1. O death, how bitter is the remembrance of thee, to a man that liveth that rest in his possessions, unto the man that hath nothing to vex him, and that hath prosperity in all things. Yea, unto him that is yet able to receive meat. O death, acceptable is thy sentence unto the needy, and unto him whose strength faileth, that is now in the last age, and is vexed with all things, and to him that despaireth, and has
Is he your
lost
friend?
patience. Fear not the sentence of death. Remember them that have been before thee, and that come after. For this is the sentence of the Lord over all flesh. So while this sister was ignoring me, what I read was, the Most High God has appointed all men to die. The Most High God spared your son. You didn't do anything to bring him back, and you didn't heal him yourself. So what'd you do?
I acted as if he was healed.
Yep. Do you do that for everyone else, or just him?
I did it for him only.
So you just keeping it all to yourself, huh?
No, I actually post online. I have 25,000 followers.
Now,
on
when the Most
TikTok.
High God does his mighty work, you'll have people claiming his actual credit.
No, God is everything and everything.
I know. Yep.
You are part of him.
Yep.
You don't come in and preach and talk down to other people that you don't
And there it
know.
is. I knew it was
No.
coming eventually.
He
I
brought
knew it.
white
After
people
saying she's got
back.
wealth, after saying that she's the change in the world, we're the ones talking down to people, huh?
But you did.
Uh-huh. You just told me that you saved your son from all those injuries, but all of us just fuck y'all.
Hey, no, I'm teaching that online.
Right?
I'm
So
teaching
where are
that
all the
for
other people that
free.
you raised up out of a hospital bed? Where are they at?
Where they at? So
Yeah, where they
you
at?
want me to be what? Like God and actually
Yeah.
prove
You
that
did it to your son.
I did.
I know. There are other people who need your help.
Meaning if you want, and what about
What I'm
you?
saying is what she's saying is nonsense.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm
the
saying.
information's okay.
I'm not giving you my information. You
Why?
crazy. You
Okay,
crazy.
well, I'm gonna post you online.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's nice meeting
Yep.
you guys.
Sister,
You
repent.
really
Get
are
rid of that
the
dumb shit.
creator of your
Repent.
reality, guys.
Repent. You talking about you
Everything that
manifesting a
you
different
have
reality?
is in
Repent,
your
sister.
cell phone.
And this is the
You
madness that our
manifested
sisters
it.
are on. Are you married, sister?
Huh?
Are you married?
My husband just died.
I'm not touching that one.
I know.
Because
he
if
just
you can
passed
raise your
away.
son up out of that bed,
Oh no.
I'm just saying.
I actually wasn't aware. I left him in May, and I wasn't
just
aware
died.
how depressed he got because his brother died last year too, and I guess he drank himself to death, and his liver failed on him. But I
Yeah.
wasn't aware. That's the crazy part. That's the part I'm beating myself up right now. That's
Yeah,
why I
yeah.
walk because I
Sister,
knew
that should
I
give you
could've
pause.
saved him. No,
That should give you pause.
no. I knew I could have.
You were able to manifest healing for your son, but you
I
couldn't
know.
perceive
I
that he was
didn't.
drowning in guilt and
No.
depression and
I
killed himself through
didn't.
drinking.
And you know what? You're right on that. You're so fucking
This is the
right on
madness that our people are willing
No.
to believe.
Your crap is sad.
You know what's sad? That you're walking around talking about you're the change, but your people are lost out here.
People can change. You are not you.
This is
You
sad,
can
man.
Become the better
Hey,
person
can you get
and
Isaiah
version of yourself.
5 and 11, let's get it.
You do. Y'all both need
This
to
is
become
sad,
the
man.
better versions
How old are
of
you? How old are you?
yourself. It doesn't. What is it?
Are you
look
over
like?
40?
Does it look like it?
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You ought to be
look
damn
over
ashamed of yourself.
60.
What, you surprised?
No, it's just very sad that you're just
Okay.
all by yourself.
It's sad that you're manifesting absolutely nothing. That's sad. Well, let's get this, right?
The reason why I manifested someone like you right
Uh-huh.
now is because
Yep.
I'm on a lower vibration.
This is Isaiah 5 and
I
11.
am grieving for my husband.
Woe unto them that rise up early in the morning, that they may follow strong drink, that continue until night, till wine inflame them. And brother, that's an excellent scripture, because that's exactly what you've done. You're claiming the very same science that this white devil claims today and has no proof of.
You know that you've been other things besides
Prove it. Prove it. You're saying it.
Meditate.
Meditate. You know I grew up doing that?
Meditate.
Wait, sister. Wait.
Open up your third
Now
eye.
let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go.
Many lies. You actually find out that you were white too.
Yep. Take your stupid ass home. Thank you.
Yes.
Go home. Go home.
You should stay
Go
home.
home. Go home. And I'm gonna read what a righteous woman is supposed to be doing.
I was about to ask her if she can meditate and find out what her identity is in the Bible.
If she can't meditate to save her husband, how the hell can she meditate to find her identity in the Bible? Does your son still wear a helmet? Does he wear a helmet? Because you need to do some manifesting. You full of shit, sister. Wake up. Our people out here destroyed. Our people walking around with this dumb shit. Talking about she manifesting change. How? You're walking on land that the white man has stolen from you. He murders and kills your people every day. And now she's sitting here doing this shit. She don't even realize we're the one people on the planet that shit don't work on. Enchantments don't work on Jacob, the Israelites. If you bother to read books, you know that. Damn idiot, man. That's why I asked your stupid ass if you were over 40. You an elder, and you this damn stupid? You ought to be ashamed of yourself. See, and meanwhile, the white man who stole your land walk on by, laughing at both of us. Because one of us is too stupid to realize that you've been had, and you're walking around with his ideology. Talking about M theory and string theory. Ought to be ashamed of yourself. I get tired of our stupid ass elders, man. I really get tired of our elders, man. Boils my blood. Our people are out here dying. And we have the foolish of our nation walking about as if they're at liberty to believe what they want. Not understanding that comes at a cost. That comes at a cost. And I'm going to read it again in Baruch 4. Because our people have to understand it comes at a cost to be a goddamn nigga in America. It comes at a cost. This is Baruch chapter 4 and verse 1. This is the book of the commandments of God, and the law that endureth forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die. Turn thee, O Jacob, and take heed of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof, that thou mayest be illuminated. See, our people are walking in gross darkness because they don't want to turn to the testimonies of their heritage from the Most High God. Talking about multiple universes. I'm going to tell you, you could take a fistful of mushrooms and see a different universe right now. Should you do it? No. How do I know? That's what I used to do. Between studying M theory, quantum theory, and all of that nonsense, I was also what you would call a psychonaut. Where you take DMT, any type of drug you can get your hands on to try to let your mind travel. And guess what? You do interact with spirits. When she says that she's interacted with other spirits, I know she has, because she's dabbling in witchcraft. I'm well aware. But see, if you can't close your damn mouth for 5 seconds to get corrected, to have some things clarified for you so you understand what you're experiencing, then you're lost. See, that's the saddest part about dealing with our elders, man. I could not let that woman run her mouth anymore. Damn, man. But this is verse 3. Give not thine honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto thee, to a strange nation. Now, I know I brought that out again, but I had to bring it out one more time, because this woman is saying that she's got a lot of money. Last time I checked, if they give a black, Hispanic, or Native American a lot of money, you're doing far more for them than they're doing for you.
It'll come with like 20% APR.
Yeah, it all comes with a cost. You don't get to do deals with the devil for free. Not to mention, they use something called usurpation, right? If they take something from you or they steal it and they have it in their possession, you basically have to fight them for it. They keep what they kill. They tell you in their movies. And the fake Jew, that's how they view our heritage. They viewed that they were taught, they were converted, and now it's theirs. And if we want it back, we got to fight them for it. But handy for us, we're about to fight them for it because our Messiah is returning to do just that. And his first stop is Basra. See, as soon as I started talking about white people, that's when I started getting friction. I knew what I was dealing with at that point. You're cooned out and you believe every wind of doctrine that this white devil is thrown at you. Talking about she manifested healing for her son. Most of the time, our people sway the other way. When they see that type of miracle of somebody getting better from a traumatic sickness or injury, they sway toward God, not away from him. But some of our people are that damn stupid. They go the opposite direction and they claim credit for what the Most High God did. That's why when she told me her husband died, I said, there it is. There it is. So why didn't you save him? Oh, you couldn't. No shit. No shit. Who you fooling? You didn't manifest nothing. See, that's why I told her that should give you pause. It should make you stop and consider. But we know that our people are not one to do that. That's why I'm going to go ahead and just grab it because I've been hitting at it all night.
Yeah, I can think of my,
Yeah, you good, man. All right, brother. You going to come back next Saturday?
next Saturday, I think. Y'all come out here at 5?
Probably fine. Yeah.
I think,
Okay, okay.
I think I get off at like 4.
All right, brother. Well, be safe, man.
All right, bro. Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Brother Healthy off the set. All right? And I'm going to read this after I get this, right? See, one of the realities is that many of our people, they're lost, man. They're lost. They're grasping at straws. They don't know which way to turn, and they're doing anything that feels good to themselves. They're not concerned about their God, about their heritage, about their people. That's why I kept asking that sister, what about your people? And she keeps saying, well, I'm the change that they need. I'm going to be the change. Okay, but so where are your fruits? What have your works changed around here? I haven't had one person walk up and say, hey, there's this sister, she manifests things, and she's amazing. Never heard of her. Never. But I have run into a lot of sisters and brothers who claim credit for things they have no relation to. This is Isaiah, chapter 1 and verse 2. Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord hath spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. So despite her being born an Israelite, her being safeguarded all the way into adulthood, and being blessed with material wealth, she has still departed from the Most High God. Still. This is verse 3. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel doth not know. My people do not consider. And that is the plight of blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans to this day. They never stop and think, why in the hell is all this going on? Why are these white devils walking around on land that they stole after killing hundreds of millions of people and nothing's happening to them? Why is that happening? Why, despite how hard we work, we're still called lazy and shiftless? Why? See, they never consider simply because they just don't read. One of the things that comes with reading is consideration. You have to consider what you've learned from reading. If you don't read, you just make it up. And you add a little confirmation bias, and every time something happens positive, according to what you believe is happening, that is your evidence to say that it's real. But you disregard all the negative shit that proves what you're doing is bullshit. That's why the thing that we celebrate about the Bible the most is the prophecy of it. Yes, the Most High God is the foremost important thing that we learn of in the Bible. And Yahweh Shai, a close second. But I would have to say within the body of wisdom that is third is prophecy. Seeing that the prophecies of the Bible are inerrant and have come to pass every single time. And the ones that have not yet happened are going to happen. And we see the signs. Y'all got time for the Bible tonight? 2 minutes? All right, man. Be safe, brother. No, I'm on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. But be safe, brother.
You too. Have a good night.
You too. So our people, man, we've been rebelling against the Most High God since we came out of Egypt, man. We have turned against the Most High God in every conceivable way that we can. Now you have sisters walking around talking about they're the change that the world needs. Ain't changing a goddamn thing, just got a little fucking coin in their pocket. They got a couple of nickels to rub together, all of a sudden they the shit. Now I know that was a little harsh, because I know she probably still grieving about her son and her husband. But if that don't snap you out of your damn stupor to let you know you don't run nothing, then what will? Now she should start to think, if I couldn't save my husband, am I really the one manifesting things around here? Or is there another power at work? But you know what? See, we know that judgment is coming real swiftly for sisters and brothers who can't wake up. Y'all got time for the Bible? 5 minutes? Native Hispanics, y'all Israelites, y'all special. Y'all chosen of God, keep the commandments. See, we're trying to tell our people all these things, man, because they don't realize, man, we're at the end of days, bro. We don't have time to sit here and listen to your long diatribe about how you believe the white man's nonsense, how you believe in quantum theory, how you believe in the Big Bang, and how everything that you manifest comes true for you, but not for everybody else. Man, we don't have time for that, bro. This is Isaiah chapter 66, in verse 15. For behold, the Lord will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will the Lord plead with all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many. That's why we're trying to tell our people, man, get right now. Because you're not going to have the time to just suddenly repent and get things correct. Y'all got time for the Bible tonight? 2 minutes? Now said. See, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, man, we're coming into the time where your money ain't going to be able to protect you. You run into the white man with all your problems, that ain't going to do you no good, man. See, our people are not familiar with the term race war, but they're about to be. Because when there ain't enough food to go around, you best believe these damn devils, they gonna turn back to the only ways that they know how to create prosperity with. And that is to the sword and to chattel slavery. Not just a regular old servitude, to chattel slavery. Where I own you, I own your children and your children's children. See, and we're trying to tell our people these things now, but most of our people are not trying to hear these things. They are not trying to read the writing that is clearly to be read on the wall. That America in her strength is finished. The leadership of America is in fact finished. The only thing left for this empire to do is to die. And if you want to be preserved from the fall of this kingdom, you had better wake up and return unto your God. The one true God that chose you. Damn shame, man. See, man, sometimes you gotta harshly rebuke people. See, and I know that brother, that wasn't in his spirit to do that. See, that's why when I start rebuking people harshly and I see brothers flake out and leave, I know exactly who I'm dealing with. I know exactly who I'm dealing with. Now, that might not have been the reason why the brother left. I hope it wasn't. But it's awfully, coincidental that the brother, that was the time where he's like, yo, Hawk, I'm gonna leave. All right, man, well, peace. See, most of our people don't realize, man, this is one of the reasons why the prophets of old were not really well received. Because if you need a harsh rebuke, if you needed that, they would give it to you, whether it be in public or in private. But see, most of our people, they don't have that mindset anymore. Most of our people are in the mindset to tiptoe around people and their personal issues, their personal position. But see, we're here to say, thus saith the Lord. I'm not trying to hear the machinations of this world come out of your mouth, especially as an Israelite. I'm not trying to hear that bullshit. I'm not trying to hear how you some fantastical light to the world. Meanwhile, you ain't afforded no progress to your people. Your people still walking around as second-class citizens on their own land, talking about you a change that they need. Bitch, get out of my face. Shit. This is Revelations chapter 18 and verse 2. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. So we're trying to tell our people, man, this place is full of devils, full of demons. Y'all be safe tonight, all right? If you're Native Hispanic, brother, just know you're special, all right? Are you Puerto Rican by chance? What are you? Well, I mean, but what nation? You can't tell me that, brother. You an Israelite, man. You special, man. See, I thought it was Puerto Rican because that's how Ephraim is built. But see, he could be Cuban. See, Manasseh, the brother of Ephraim. See, but our people, they scoff at this now, man. They scoff at it. But the Bible says your people will be willing in the day of thy power. See, when our enemies turn up and they come against us, everybody ain't gonna be preserved. You can't buy enough guns. You can't buy enough tanks. You can't own enough property. You can't have enough provisions to stop what's coming. If the Most High God is not with you, you will not survive. And that is what we are trying to tell our people. And that is the exact message most of our people do not want to hear. Verse 3, for all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. See, what she don't understand is you are just a cog in this huge comporium, right? Of nations that have come together to exploit your people, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, the Israelites. You are part of this cabal of people to profit off of our people, to profit off of our pain and exploit us. See, she don't understand. Her walking around talking about all this new age shit and causing people to depart from their God, she is an excellent tool in their repertoire, in their arsenal. She is an excellent tool for them to use. And to the mentally infirm, she can come to them and convince them that, oh, all you gotta do is just manifest it. Think positive thoughts. See, she don't understand. Satan blessed people too. And she was talking all that shit about the money she had. But notice, the Most High God left her bereft of men in her house. The one thing your money can't buy a husband, and can't buy your son. Now, she said her son recovered. I would love to know to what degree. Because when you come back from traumatic brain injury, you typically don't come back the same. So if you manifested healing, I would love to know if you brought him back 100%. Because if so, then I know a whole bunch of people in this world need your help. See, that's how you know people are full of shit. Because when you start asking them to do likewise for everybody else, all of a sudden, well, why do they need me? Why do I have to do it for them? Not understanding, if you have the keys to healing, it would be a goddamn crime for you to hold that back from everybody else needing it. Verse 4, and I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. So the Most High God has been sending his prophets, he's been sending his angels, he's been sending dreams and visions, he's been even sending the damn heathen to tell us to separate, to come out of Babylon. But we have some of our people, they like nothing more than to be immersed in this system, to be in lockstep with the heathen in front of them, parroting what they say. See, it's funny, for all the accusations of being stuck in a rigid modality of thought because of a book, everything she said, I've heard it somewhere else. Everything. Nothing she said was original at all. The only difference is it was her dumbass saying. That's the only difference. But I guarantee those verses in the Bible that I read to her, she's never heard them before. Never heard them. But the reality is, she didn't stop and consider. See, man, that is one of the most disparaging things about doing this work. You see our people involved in all sorts of witchcraft. See, there was a point in our conversation that she even acknowledged that it was witchcraft. But because she had a perceived benefit in using it, it was okay. See, people don't understand, man. When the Messiah comes back, you are going to be in deep trouble if you haven't been keeping these commandments. If you have not returned unto the Most High God and been on your damn job, you are going to be in deep shit. But most of our people have no thirst for this knowledge. They've rejected knowledge. Right? We're going to go to Hosea, but we're not going to go to Hosea for Hosea 4 and 6. Something else on there. This is Hosea, chapter 12 and verse 1. Ephraim feedeth on wind, and followeth after the east wind. He daily increaseth lies in desolation, and they do make a covenant with the Assyrians, and oil is carried into Egypt. So yes, the northern kingdom literally made a covenant with the Assyrians to try to come against the southern kingdom. But applied to today, they willingly joined hands, the northern kingdom. And that goes for all of northern kingdom and southern kingdom for that matter, right? But definitively our northern kingdom brothers and sisters, they are so willing to make covenants with the heathen. They run to the heathen for everything. And they doubt nothing that they're told of them. They don't doubt their philosophies. They don't doubt their stories that say that we originated millions of years ago. They don't doubt when they say that the world is a damn simulation. They don't doubt any of these things. But when you ask them to prove it, they give you the same word salad that they fell for. And they don't even give you the same polished version. They give you the I heard it on YouTube version. Full of ad-libs and bullshit. Can't prove nothing. Ain't got no sources. It's a shame, man. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes, man. See, and the sad part is, more times than not, our people come in contact with these folks, and a lot of times we don't rebuke them the way that we should. I'm not saying we should always go knee deep in somebody's ass getting on them, but so when you hear that type of madness, man, it needs to be a jarring experience. That they hit a wall for the first time of somebody going, man, you can't prove that bullshit. You can't prove it, and you heard it from your oppressor. A Mexican person didn't tell you about no damn quantum theory. A black person didn't do it. None of the Israelite tribes told you about this nonsense. You got this shit from Esau, Edom, the most spiritually dead people on the planet. You got that from them, and you're parroting that shit to me. And then got the nerve to say they understand our position. She was saying, I understand where you're coming from. It's like, yo, stop all that. I'm reading things out of this Bible you ain't never read. I can pull out books right now that you've never even seen, let alone read. But see, that's the madness that we're dealing with, trying to spread this gospel to our people. That's the madness that we're dealing with. People who love nothing more than to graft themselves onto the heathen. This is Hosea 8 and 8. Israel is swallowed up. Now shall they be among the Gentiles, as a vessel wherein is no pleasure. See that northern kingdom sister? She's completely departed from her heritage. She's walking in lockstep with this white devil. His science, his view of money and how it rules over everything. That's why when she said that her husband and son had been going through it or were dead, that's when I realized that's why you've grafted onto the heathen so fervently, because you have nothing else. See, more times than not, that's exactly what the Most High God does. He takes everything from you to see exactly what you're going to do. And more times than not, our people double down on their wickedness, man. If their connection to the heathen was tenuous before, it becomes rock solid after. And that's after the judgment. keep holding this, but I want to get to something else. Right? See, that sister doesn't realize, man, the position that she's in. The position that she's in. She has been chastened in many different ways. Because to have people die in your family and leave you alone and bereft of a familial company, that is a very stiff judgment, right? See, and that sister don't realize, man, she at the point where you have to start questioning, man, why should you be stricken anymore? This is Isaiah 1:5. Why should ye be stricken anymore? Ye will revolt more and more. The whole head is sick and the whole heart faint. You get to a certain point where the Most High God's just gonna have to kill you, because you have the redundant question of, why should I punish you any more than I already have? Why should I do anything worse to you than I already have? I have taken everything from you. And yet, here you are still being a nigga, still being stupid, still stuck on the idols of this world, the ideology of this world, still stuck. Not understanding that the next step is for the Most High God to call you home and give you your judgment, man. Got time for the Bible tonight, Elder?
No, but I've been listening to you and I like what I hear.
All praise. Are you Hispanic by chance? Your father? Native Mexican or from
No, we're from here. My grandparents were from Mexico.
Okay. You come from the tribe of Issachar, Elder.
Okay.
Issachar in the Hebrew means he is hired. Why do you think Mexicans are the hardest workers on the planet? Okay.
But I know a lot of hard-working white people and black people. And I'm glad to work with them.
That's
I
true.
work with them all my life.
That's true. I'm not saying nobody else works hard,
yeah.
but y'all are known for it. Now, it also says in the Bible that Issachar is a strong ass or a donkey crouched down between two burdens. Now, where's Mexico located? Between America and South America, in the middle of every humanitarian crisis that happens in America or in South America, being pulled in two different directions. I got one more thing before you go. Who were you before you were the Mexica or the Mexicans? The Azteca. What is Azteca? People of time. People of time. Now, y'all were the tribe where when God would manifest signs in the stars, y'all told us where to go. Why do you think you produced the Aztec calendar? You're an Israelite, Elder. Keep the laws of God. All right? Yes, sir. Will do.
That's what I hear.
All praise.
Now let me ask you this, because I've been here a couple of times hearing you, and you've had some folks you were talking to.
Okay.
Now, do you do this regardless of somebody?
Yes.
Because you were.
Yes.
Because you were talking, you were preaching the word of
I
God.
record right there.
Okay, and I said, okay, look.
They're right there?
And then I was watching, I said, okay, he's got to be talking to something or someone.
Yes, sir.
I know this guy, he ain't crazy.
No, I'm not yet. Not yet.
And then when I walked by, I thought, oh, hey, wait a minute, hold on, I'm going to walk through
There you
his
go. Most people think that, but even if there was no canon, the Bible tells me to prophesy unto the wind, if need be. I want to tell you, one time I was preaching, and a drunk had come up, and I had to do some things, right? While the cops are going away, I thought nobody was listening, and I'm just preaching, doing my thing. All of a sudden, a brother from nowhere came up and said, "I've never heard the word come out of this." And guess what his name was? Joshua. You know what the name for Jesus Christ is in the Hebrew? Yahweh, and it means Joshua.
Am I wrong in saying Yahweh? Is that?
Yahweh, that's modern Hebrew. Yeah. Yeshua, that's the name of Christ. And then Yahweh is the name of God. Well, technically, yeah. I live in New Braunfels. I'm far. I'm gonna be honest, with everything going on, did something happen in Israel today? Because I know they might do it for now.
I know when I got up this morning, I was looking at my father, he decided to step out on the balcony, and the light was all the way up.
Okay.
I was seeing what's going on. Something significant is happening. They don't normally fly half mast for a reason.
I'm gonna have to look at the news.
And I like, what is this?
Yeah.
Work
before you go, you just said something I really want to show you the times that you're living in now. That's why every time in the Bible, because you read the Bible, right? Every time the Most High God was going to either put us in slavery or take us out of slavery, who did he say? Prophets. That's why we're out here, right? I want to show you. This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 15 and verses 13. Actually, we start at 14. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein. For the sword in their destruction draweth nigh, and one people shall stand up to fight against another, and swords in their hands. You're seeing the trimmings of that start to rise. Blacks, Hispanics, and natives, we're now starting to be scapegoated for everything. Did you hear what one of the leaders of Israel said? The problem in Israel is not Gaza, it's no one, it's young black men. Did you? Now, you know why she said that in the spirit? The Bible says that the Most High God will preserve the tents of Judah first.
She was in Israel,
Yeah, she's an Israeli. Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir. Sorry.
a native Israel. Native Israeli talking about
Yes.
that.
That young black men are the prophet. Yes, sir. But here's the thing. We're the real Jews. Have you ever heard that we're the real Jews? Blacks, Hispanics, and Natives?
Like, you know, the way I understand it is, the beginning,
Uh-huh. He was black. No, it's in Revelation 2. He's black. Yes, sir.
that's the way that people work.
Yeah.
That's part of the world.
Who's the only group of people on the planet who aren't dark skinned? You know who they are. White people. What nation do they come from in the Bible? The nation of Edom. The Idumeans. Remember Esau, he was born red all over like a hairy garment, like a redneck. Did you know they've spread to every nation on the planet right behind us? Like the Ottoman Turks. Most of the people in the Middle East today, a lot of them look like white people. You know why? Because ancient Judah or Judea, right to the southeast of us, was the nation of Edom and Mount Seir. They lived right next to us. And they hated us then like they hate us now. And they're pretending to be us. Right? So, but I just want to read this. You got to go? All right. Well, Elder, just know you special, all right?
Thanks, sir.
Sure thing. All praises, all praises. And that's why you prophesy unto the wind, because somebody's always listening. All praises to the Most High God. And before you go, God's name is Yahweh. Yahweh. All praises. See, that's why we have to tell our people, right? Before calamity strikes the earth, the Most High God always sends you a lifeline. He always sends you somebody. Always. And I've seen that elder pull up a number of Saturdays. See? See, while everybody walks around thinking that this is madness, there are people who are listening. They're getting fed. Just because they're not standing in front of you don't mean you stop teaching. See, you see that a lot when you watch brothers go out to the highways and byways. A lot of times when there aren't people in front of them, they tone it down. But see, when no one's in front of you, you're supposed to turn it up so people can hear you. So the wayward sheep who are far away can know where to go. See, I don't know what the Most High God put in my spirit that's different from most. But I well understand that. I've been teaching like this since I first got out here. Maybe that's my lot. But in reality, I don't care if it's my lot or not. I only care that I do the work of the Lord and I reach my people, which are blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, and the scattered diaspora abroad. That's all I care about. See, the unfortunate truth is that many of our people will look at this and they turn their nose up at it because they don't have the courage to do it. They don't have the courage, they don't have the know-how, and quite frankly, they don't have the presence of character to do this. But the reality is, you don't need any of those things. The Most High God will give it to you. All you got to do is trust in Him. He'll give you what you need. If you need to be less shy and demure, He'll give you boldness and strength. If you need to be more consistent, pray to Him and seek after the Most High God, keep His commandments. He will make you a much more diligent student. See, that is one of the things that our people have not understood in today and throughout antiquity. Now, that elder was saying that everybody works hard. He's known everybody who's worked hard. And you know what? I'm not gonna split hairs over that, because maybe he's known some Edomites who work just as hard as Issachar. But I would like to talk to those people and ask them who their fathers are, because you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised who's not really white, who's passing. You'll be surprised. Folks who don't know who their father is and they're really an Israelite. And the whole reason why they never knew their fathers because they're up under the curses. You'll be surprised. But see, while I had time with the elder, I wanted to make sure that he broke off some of the scriptures. That he at least knew the name of God before he departed. That he heard the name of Yahushua. That he knew that we were God's people. And I delivered on that through the strength and power of the Most High God. Seeds were strewn about. I pray they bear fruit, right? Especially for our elders, because our elders have so much to teach, so much to convey to the young people, to the youth, to give them direction, to give them mental fortitude. Our elders can do that. See, as a younger teacher, I can only advise, but an elder can counsel you. He can give you panoramic advice. If you do this, then this, and then you do that with this, and then that, and over here, and years later, this and that. See, an elder can do that because they've lived the life. They've applied the wisdom. I can't do that. Not yet. I'm getting there. Right? Despite how young I look, I am almost 40. Turned 39 this February. And it's not a day to celebrate because, quite frankly, it's just another day. It's appointed unto all men to die, and when you die, you're not going to know when that day is until you get there. So I could die at 40, I could die at 39, who knows? But I do know this, every chance I get, I'm gonna do this work. Every chance. All praise. Within reason. Shit. But, let's get back to it. Even want to still teach you about times. We're at 4 hours. Okay. You know what, guys? I think we're gonna hang it up. We got some fruit. Elder stopped. Sister stopped. Acting full. That's cool too. Right? Not really, but it is what it is. So I think we're gonna go ahead and hang it up. You know, brothers came out, did their thing. All praises. Hopefully, I'll see the brethren next week. I know the brother Andre, I hope he's able to do some work. We're going to try to do a remote lesson. To any of my viewers, if you're interested in doing a live, drop it in the comments, man. You know what I'm saying? If you're interested in me doing a live where you could just join, you know, and answer questions or a Q&A or something like that, if it'll let me do it, man, I'm down for that. Because that's one of the ways to become a better teacher, to get questions from your students so you can, you know, refresh some of the information and teach yourself. But I'm going to read about 2-3 scriptures, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to hang it up for the night. All right? Y'all special, all right? Y'all Israelites, y'all native Hispanics. Y'all be safe, all right?
Yes, sir.
And catch a lot of fish. Yeah, buddy. This is Matthew 10:16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves. See, and that's exactly what our mission is. We've been sent out by our Messiah. We've been commissioned to go out to our people and to preach the gospel. And in doing so, we need to be wise. And we need to be harmless as doves when we do it. Now, that don't mean you be soft as downy soft toilet paper. That's not what that means. Sometimes being wise means being hard where it's applicable. Being harsh and abrasive where it is applicable. More times than not, we pass up the opportunity to break some of these strongholds off of our people because we don't want to be harsh with them. Sometimes you have to call a bet, so to speak, using a poker term. Sometimes you just gotta call and go, you know what? That's bullshit. And that don't work. It don't do nothing for you or your people. Sometimes that is exactly what you have to do. But when you do that, just know you're taking the risk that you might lose. That's why you ask the Most High God to give you discernment. And more times than not, most people are going to see the ramifications of that interaction. You're going to have it, or most teachers are not going to see the ramifications of that interaction. A lot of times that person's going to go home and they're really going to start thinking, if all these things I believe in are true, why couldn't I curse that man? She literally stood at the end of that bridge doing all this dumb shit. Not understanding, ain't no enchantments against Jacob. I'm immune to that shit. And so are you if you get your act right. But see, the reality is, she's lacking in wisdom, therefore she cannot be wise as a serpent. She's as clumsy as an oaf as a result of being devoid of wisdom, being driven with every wind of doctrine. Right? Actually, I want to get this in Ecclesiastes because we got some words from our Messiah briefly. Right? There was more I wanted to get, but yeah, I'm out of time. It's all right. Right? I do want to get this because one of the things that being wise will guide you to do is to search your past. That's one of the things that wise people do. They look in the times of old. They reference the information that was held onto by their elders and viewed as worth keeping, sacrosanct, in fact. This is Sirach, chapter 2 and verse 10. Look at the generations of old and see, did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him? For the Lord is full of compassion and mercy and long suffering and very pitiful and forgiveth sins and saveth in time of affliction. So that sister, she didn't understand. Her son being in time of affliction, the Most High God preserved him. And her arrogancy, she claimed credit for it. What were the odds that her husband would be taken from her shortly thereafter? Because that video she showed me on her phone, it looked pretty recent. Especially if it's on a phone that you carry around. That means it's on your current generation of phone, and you took the video on that phone. So it's at least 2 to 3 years old. So you mean to tell me that you claim credit for the Most High God healing your son, but then all of a sudden you missed the damn ball when it came to your husband having a drinking problem and crippling depression in which he killed himself from? You couldn't manifest your way out of that? That tells me that you're not seeking the old paths. You're not remembering the days of old. And as a result, you believe the new age nonsense that your heathen oppressor have given you. You believe it. And you see the destruction that it has wrought in your life. Shameful, man. But I want to get this before I go. And I have to say this, right? I turned to it in the spirit, right to it. I'm going to read this and I'm going to read Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 and we're going to get at it. Right? But that sister was running her mouth. Just running it. Didn't want to hear the Bible. Didn't want to hear nothing about her people's history. All she wanted to do was aggrandize her own accomplishments. But this is what she should have did. This is Ecclesiastes chapter 5 and verse 1. Keep thy foot when thou goest into the house of God. Meaning, shut your damn mouth. That's what that means. Shut up. But most of our people, when they hear somebody bringing out the Bible, that's when they want to say all the loud, funny sounds. They want to say all the loud noises. Not understanding, that's when you're supposed to shut your damn mouth. Give reverence to the word of God. Get instructed and be taught and increase thereby. But most of our people, they want to run their damn mouths. And they walk away having an adversarial relationship with the Bible instead of a supportive one, especially if you're an Israelite. See, if you're a damn heathen, you're not going to have a concurrent relationship with this Bible where it flows in parallel with your wants and desires. But if you're an Israelite and you're in the wisdom of the scriptures, this Bible harmonizes with your desires. I want to be from underneath the heel of my oppressor. The Bible harmonizes with that. I want to increase in wisdom. The Bible harmonizes with that. I even want wealth and status. The Bible harmonizes with that. And it tells us how to acquire all those things. The laws to keep. The wisdom to employ. All of those things are in the Bible. So when it comes to coming into the house of God, shut your damn mouth. This is Ecclesiastes 5:1. Keep thy foot when thou goest into the house of God, and be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools, for they consider not that they do evil. All that stuff that she was saying, she made an admission that she was participating in witchcraft. Willfully doing so, and extolling the virtues of it only because it had netted her a supposed positive in her life. Only to find out it didn't do shit. She selectively fixates on the recovery of her son as evidence that what she thinks is right is correct. Meanwhile, she completely disavoided the fact that her husband slowly killed himself with an alcohol addiction because of his depression right under her nose. So much for manifesting shit, huh? But, with that said, let's go ahead and get this final scripture. This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. And with that, I like to say, call halal Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai, Kwam Yasharallah, and death to America. All praises to the Most High God. Yeah, buddy. And we finally got this shit sideways, so you get to see a little bit more. All praises.